Chapter 271. The shadow squirmed, and Eli walked out slowly. He looked at these people calmly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Half of them were wearing white robes of Holy Tower warlocks, and the other half were wearing almost unfamiliar warlock robes. There were silver hourglasses on the wizard robes. The hourglass seemed to flow, which looked extremely strange. And among them, there are a total of 15 in the late stage of the third ring, but 10 of them belong to the latter. This should be the hourglass of time that Vivica mentioned. Time hourglass. Eli looked at these people, silently took out the dice in his hand, and the golden dice rolled in his hand. You know us? The leading warlock raised his eyebrows and smiled. Now that you know them, it should be much easier to deal with. Hi, my name is Morris, a late-stage warlock of the third ring of time hourglass. This time we were hunting Sergi, but he ran here by accident. Since he has been dealt with by you, you don't mind. Let's go, Morris said. He watched Eli look at the dice in his hands without even looking at them. Morris was a little angry, but he didn't do anything. He doesn't want to fight this warlock unless necessary. A few seconds later, he saw that the dice in Eli's hand stopped spinning. He saw Eli slowly raised his head and smiled. 19 o'clock, I'm not absolutely sure to beat you. So do we. Since this is the case, I don't think we need to fight this game. Although Morris didn't quite understand what Eli had done, he still followed Eli. Hey, that's not okay. Hundreds of years of experience tell me that when encountering an enemy, it's best to kill it, otherwise a small trouble may turn into a big trouble. Eli shook his head with a smile, looking very relaxed. These people were watching the battle just now, and he knew very well that if he was injured, these people would definitely pounce on him like wolves. Now they are maintaining balance, but they are just afraid of him. Best to get rid of it. 19 points is a bit dangerous, but he is willing to take this huge risk. He-Man, you are very strong, we underestimated you, but we have 35 third rings here, and 15 of them are late third rings, which is not comparable to the early stage group you fought against last time. The smile on Morris's face also gradually disappeared. Just because they don't want to fight doesn't mean they can't fight. One-on-one, they really can't beat them, but this time it's 35 for one fight. Indeed. Eli nodded, then snapped his fingers. Snapped. In an instant, in the space made up of shadows, skeletons with white bones slowly walked out one by one. The undead flames looked at these people through the sunken eyes, and as the figures slowly walked out, the shadows voluntarily clung to them and turned into undead bodies. Armor and weapons. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of undead appeared in the space, including nearly 50 third-ring undead, all of which were harvested by Eli over the years. They stared at it, and their bloodthirsty instincts were gradually aroused. The owner has finally let them out of the fields that have been planted in the secret realm for hundreds of years. And looking at the undead that had surrounded them like an ocean, the smiles on the faces of the warlocks gradually disappeared, and each of them looked extremely gloomy. They were scammed. This Herman is actually a necromancer. He is a wizard. Everyone was shocked. Who the hell are you? Morris looked at the dependency with serious eyes. This is definitely not He-Man. It is definitely a necromancer who replaced He-Man without everyone knowing. After all, it is absolutely impossible for a normal wizard to live so long. No wonder he is so strong. I am me. Eli smiled and looked at everyone. On the bones, he hid in the shadows again. At the same time, all the undead rushed towards more than 30 people. The group of people resisted frantically in the sea of undead bones, like a flatboat in an ocean storm. But there are too many undead, so many that they can't resist at all. In the battle like a natural disaster, the warlocks began to slowly reduce their staff. After an hour, Morris looked at Morris with a bone spear stuck in his chest, and slowly approached. I'm very curious about the time hourglass, let's talk about it in detail. Eli said. Dreaming. Morris spat blood from his mouth, and looked at Eli angrily. At this time, except for him, none of the 35 people had survived, and it was only an hour. Is this the power of a wizard? I won't say a word. Morris continued. It's okay, you will tell me. As he walked, a silver light flashed in Eli's eyes, and 2 silver rings appeared outside his pupils, and the silver light became more intense. This is. Morris gritted his teeth, he felt his consciousness getting blurred. 10 minutes later, Eli killed Morris with his own hands, and then his eyes returned to normal, and there was a frown between his brows. He asked about the time hourglass information. It is indeed very strong, it seems that he has to spend a little more time being wretched. What, they're all dead? When Urs received the news, his mouth widened. He grabbed the leader warlock's clothes and couldn't believe it. You say it again. My lord, the news has been confirmed. Near the White Tower, Herman had a war with Sergi and our warlock. It is said that after the battle, only He-Man went out to the battlefield. The warlock gritted his teeth. Real. Urs retreated to the table, sat down directly, and closed his eyes in despair. How so? Isn't this Herman the Third Ring? Impossible. If it is at the level of true spirits, there will be huge fluctuations in the advancement of true spirits, and they can't be unaware of it. This shows that Eli is only a third ring, and if they are true spirits, they have already been wiped out. But such a strong 3 rings? It's outrageous. This kind of record is probably only possible for the top geniuses in the central continent, and they are all the top secret techniques and the top bloodlines. Is that Herman? He didn't know that he thought he was in the central continent. This is playing chicken. They finally wiped out Sergei, and you tell me that another stronger one came here. Damn. Even Ur's temper felt aggrieved at this moment. Urs, what happened? At this time, the door to the room was suddenly opened violently, and a thin and fat warlock walked in with a puzzled face and panicked eyes. Just now I found that the auras of more than a dozen warlocks in our time hourglass have disappeared. Fatty Sidu frowned and asked. They have supported a lot of high-end combat power in this operation. Did they fall into some secret place, or were they blocked? The skinny Sancher asked quickly. After just a while, the auras of more than a dozen people who belonged to the time hourglass disappeared one by one, which made them also look confused. Urs raised his head, looked at the 2 men, and suddenly laughed. It turns out that the adults of the big power will also panic? How funny! He looked at the sorcerer not far away, nodded, and said, tell the 2 adults what happened. Warlock didn't hesitate, and continued to repeat the news. After finishing speaking, one was fat and the other was thin, their faces froze. The 2 looked at each other, speechless. Silence is the theme tonight. Seeing the 2 of them deflated, Urs was inexplicably happy. Anyway, he was almost empty at this time. These people wanted to use the shelf of the Holy Tower to control the west coast, but it seemed that they had encountered a difficult person at this time. My lords, what should we do? After a quarter of an hourglass, Urs asked the 2 of them. Hey, shrink it temporarily. The fat man shook his head and said. Originally, their plan was to get rid of Sergi and Herman and spread their power to the entire west coast again, but now it seems that the plan needs to be rethought. It all has to be rearranged. We have to go back to the time hourglass. The skinny Sancher said, looking at Dus. Really? Dus nodded. Such a strong warlock has surpassed their imagination, and they have to go back for help. Urs, it's good that you are responsible for stabilizing the situation. The situation is still under our control. No, this is just a small setback. Although Herman is strong for the hourglass of time, it is not invincible. Sancher looking at Urs, he said. Urs raised his eyelids. It sounds like there are stronger warlocks in the time hourglass? Good. Urs nodded, he was also very curious, what cards does this faction have? Actually lost? Chapter 272. The moonlight is like ink. The cold moonlight shone down, illuminating the scene north of the Holy Tower on the west coast. In the north, this place is no longer close to the sea. It is surrounded by land. It is a large plateau area with a lot of resources, but the environment is a bit bad. Dus and Sancherfe were walking on the plateau at this time, surrounded by thick fog. Due to the altitude, they did not dare to fly too high. We'll be there soon. Dus looked at the fog around him and exhaled deeply. You don't need to say it. Sanchali glanced at him and said, compared to this, we should be more worried about that Herman. His strength may be stronger than we imagined. Indeed, but although the Lord is already asleep, we still have the Lord Clay. As long as he agrees to us, it won't be a big problem. Dus pursed his lips and said. I hope. Sanchel said, Lord Clay doesn't belong to any faction. It's not easy to convince him. Don't worry, I have a solution. Dus smiled, looking at the fog ahead. At this time, the outline of the building appeared on the edge of the fog. Among the vast mist, wizard towers standing on the plateau showed their appearance, and the surrounding voices gradually increased, and a bustling wizard city appeared here. This is the city where the time hourglass is located, Hall City. Away. Sanchel was a little puzzled. Hey, you'll know when the time comes. Dus smiled and didn't say anything. Okay. Sancher nodded and said nothing. Soon, after identity verification, the two entered the city. Passing through the crowd, the two first went to their territory and told about what had happened recently. The time hourglass warlocks expressed shock one after another. After a set of procedures, the two walked through a large area of buildings and came to a wizard tower in the center of the city. Fat Dus knocked on the door lightly, then stepped back and waited. Sanchel followed. A few seconds later, the door opened, and an apprentice sorcerer poked his head out, looked at the two of them and said, "Go back, Master Clay will not participate in your competition." After speaking, the warlock was about to close the door, but Dus stopped him. Holding the door with one hand, he smiled and said, "I heard that your grandson's grandson seemed to have been seriously injured some time ago and fell into a coma. We should have a solution." The apprentice was taken aback for a moment, as if hesitating. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the wizard tower, as if it was far away and very close. "Let them in." Hearing the sound, the apprentice opened the door slowly without hesitation. "My lords, please." Dus glanced at Sancher, then the two looked at each other and walked in together. The wizard's tower looked very old, and there were only a few alchemy lamps on the wall that were not so bright. The magic stone inside was used as an energy source, emitting a dim light, and as soon as they entered, the two felt an inexplicable pressure. "Call." Dus took a deep breath, recalling the information of this time hourglass figure in his mind. He used to be the person in charge of time hourglass, with outstanding talent. It is said that even adults valued his talent very much. He used to study by his side when adults were still awake, and soon reached the limit of the third ring. But after reaching the limit of the third ring, tragedy happened. It is said that an accident happened when he broke through, and he failed to break through smoothly, but failed instead. But what is interesting is that he did not die because of his blood, but fell into a kind of special circumstances. That is, although he didn't advance, he was much stronger than the normal three-ring limit. Some people call this state a half-step true spirit. Soon, the two were brought into a room. There was a bed in the room, a young man was lying on it, his eyes were closed tightly, and his mental power fluctuated strangely, as if he had disappeared, and beside him stood an old man with bright eyes and hair grey and white, but the back is very curved, and there is a feeling of loneliness. Grown-ups. Dus understood that this was the person they were looking for this time. "Is it really possible for you to wake him up?" The old man looked at the young man on the bed, his eyes full of sighs. "Of course, my lord. We found a precious dead soul flower in the middle of the country some time ago. This kind of magic plant, which can even be said to be a fourth-order magic plant, has a miraculous effect on this kind of soul sealing. Maybe it can help my lord." The blood ring in Dus' hand flashing, a box was taken out. The apprentice took it and handed it to Clay. Clay took it, opened it gently, and closed it again. After a few seconds, he said, "I know what's going on with you. Logically speaking, the adults are still asleep. I shouldn't get involved in these things, but you have helped me a lot this time. When the time is right, I will make a move." "Understood." Dus showed a smile, but then said, "However, adults may not need to take action. Our means are more than these. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will ask adults to take action at that time." "Okay." Clay said softly, and didn't say anything else. "Then let's take our leave first." The two of them had already achieved their goal, so they naturally didn't plan to stay. Soon, the two left the wizard tower. As soon as they got out of the tower, they saw 3 or 4 warlocks appearing outside the wizard tower. Each of them exuded a strong aura, and the front one reached the limit of the third ring. The one at the front was a strong man with short black hair and a dark body. He was frowning at this moment, staring at Dus with an extremely displeased expression, and said to the two of them, "Dus, you shouldn't involve Master Clay in your plan. Hey, this is our business." Dus smiled, and the aura of the limit of the 3 rings also radiated from his body. The opposite party is an old enemy with him, and it is another faction that has always insisted on waiting for the adults to wake up before taking action. "I'm sorry, Andrew, we have to go." Dus smiled, not planning to delay here. Stop! The strong man wanted to stop him. At this time, suddenly, a huge aura came from the wizard tower. Andrew felt it was difficult to breathe, and he couldn't even move his feet. The other 3 rings were even more unbearable in the later stage, and they knelt on the ground directly. Hey, thank you sir. Dus bowed back and turned to leave. After they left, Andrew and the others could act. Is this Lord Clay? Andrew's face was ugly. As a sorcerer with the limit of the 3rd ring, and one of the best bloodlines in the 3rd ring, compared to the wizard, it is more than 70 times the explosive power, but he can't even bear the breath of an adult. Damn it, let's go. After a few seconds, he cursed and left. Things are no longer under their control, let's see how far Dus and these guys can go. Teacher, another 3 rings joined us today. In the tower of the Bloodline Tower, Eli and Vivica sat together and said. Yeah. Eli nodded. Because this time, Sergei and the group of wizards were too fanciful and attracted the attention of various forces, and Eli's battle was also spread. Herman's fame spread again, and several statues belonging to him were even erected in the White Tower. Only these little fellows finally believed in the relationship between He-Man and the White Tower. After that, Eli returned to the Tower of Blood with the awakened Vivica and others. What happened afterwards surprised Eli. A large number of warlocks joined the Tower of Blood. In just a few days, 3 or 4 warlocks of the 3rd ring joined the Tower of Blood. As for these people, they were basically warlocks who escaped after being defeated in the heart of the night, and some wait-and-see forces joined in, which led to the rapid expansion of the Bloodline Tower's power. Teacher, but with so many 3rd rings joining, I'm worried that I might not be able to hold back. Vivica was a little worried. It's okay, I'm here. Eli said with a smile. Hey hey. Vivica smiled, and a smile appeared in her heart. However, Santa will definitely make some moves later, you have to pay attention. Eli looked at Vivica. From the mouth of the warlock, Eli knew more about the situation, but also learned more about the hourglass of time, and understood that it was a powerful force. He has to be careful. So after this time, he has to grow with peace of mind. He won't come out until he is strong enough. Of course, he has to wait for one thing to end. That is the Silver Moon Festival. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years have passed, and the Silver Moon Conference is just 1 month away. And for some unknown reason, Jinji hadn't left the West Coast at this time. At this time, he was already a warlock at the limit of the 2nd ring, a true genius warlock. So, next he had to invite Jinji again. Chapter 273. A month later, with the explosion of strong elements, the Silver Moon Festival began. Jinji, who had already reached the limit of the 2nd ring, came here in a hurry. 2 days later, Eli met Jinji again. After receiving the 4 elemental hearts, Eli silently remembered the situation in which he had not gained anything for hundreds of people in 50 years, and sighed. He felt that he underestimated Jinji, a person favored by fate. Long time no see. Eli looked at Jinji and sighed. In just a few decades, it has already reached such a level. In addition to Jinji's good talent, there is also the huge resources of the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce. With the blessing of the two, it is strange that Jinji's progress is not fast, which is normal. Compared to the adults, it is still far behind. The deeds of the adults were widely spread some time ago. Compared with 50 years ago, Jinji at this time is more shrewd, but he still maintains respect in front of Eli. Hey, it's just rumors. Eli waved his hand, he didn't want to, but it had already happened. Thank you for your elemental heart, I still need this very much. Eli thanked with a smile. Without Jinji, with so many elemental hearts, he might not have been able to obtain so many elemental hearts, let alone 150 years, even 1,500 years. This is what I should do. As time went by, Jinji did find that he seemed to be extremely sensitive to resources. Oh, by the way, my lord, I'm about to break through the 3rd ring. I should leave within 5 years at the most. There won't be any accidents this time. Jinji raised his head and said to Eli as if he had remembered something. Yeah. Eli nodded. Oh, by the way, I need some information. If possible, I hope you can collect it for me. Eli looked at Jinji and said. Oh. Break through the information of the true spirit. Eli looked at Jinji and said every word. He will soon break through to the late stage of the 3rd ring, and it is time to consider the serious issue of breaking through the true spirit, but the information on breaking through the true spirit, let alone the past, is extremely precious even now. At least in the Tower of Bloodlines, he didn't find it. We can only see if Jinji has a way. Is it the information to break through the true spirit? Jinji frowned, as if he was thinking about something. After more than 10 seconds, he slowly said, "My lord, this may be really difficult to deal with. The West Coast Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce definitely doesn't have such things. Maybe I need to go to the central continent to see if there is a chance." "It's okay," Eli said. He didn't put all his hopes on Jinji. Apart from him, there are actually 2 other directions, that is the ruins on the west coast, and the hourglass of time. From that warlock, Eli learned that there seems to be a lot of relevant information in the hourglass of time. Take your time, anyway, there is still a long time before he breaks through. The information on warlock's breakthrough is strictly guarded by each school. Even if I do go there, it may be difficult to obtain. There is no way. Jinji nodded in agreement. Although it is difficult, since it is the request of an adult, then he will try it. Eli? Wait. Eli raised his hand, and only then did he realize that something went wrong. He pursed his lips and said leisurely, "Actually, what I want is information on the wizard's breakthrough." "Ah. If it is wizard information, the difficulty will indeed drop sharply. My lord, if it's wizard information, then I should be able to find a way for my lord to find it when I get to the central continent and I'm safe," Jinji said. It's not that he's joking. If you get the warlock's breakthrough data, the difficulty is 5, then the wizard's data is at most 3, although it's not easy, but for him at that time, it shouldn't be impossible. "Then, my lord, I will visit you when I am inside." Jinji stood up, ready to leave. Good. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Jinji left, Eli used the 4 elemental hearts, his talent was improved again, and finally he broke through the 4th class smoothly and came to the 3rd class. At this time, his meditation speed has increased a lot. Cool. Eli felt the changes in his body, feeling comfortable all over. The impact of talent improvement is serial. It seems that the time for him to break through the 3rd ring in the late stage will be shortened a lot. Hope everything is fine. Eli, whose talent has improved, also quickly returned to the Tower of Blood. Start to feel the change carefully. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, the power of the Bloodline Tower has expanded rapidly, and the number of wizards in the 3rd ring has actually expanded to more than a dozen. Although it is not as good as the Holy Tower, it is not too bad. This is also due to the good things Boyula did in the past. At that time, in order to hunt down Sergi, the Holy Tower sent most of the high-level 3-ring warlocks, and then they were wiped out by Eli. Even the Holy Tower was helpless. So, they worked so hard to build the Heart of the Night area. In the past few years, it had to be divided equally with the Tower of Blood, so inexplicably, the Tower of Blood has gone from a force with no sense of existence to the most influential force on the West Coast. It has to be said that this is the impact of high-end combat power on forces in the extraordinary world. During this period of time, Santa didn't do anything else. After silently absorbing the Heart of the Night and the resources from the hourglass of time, she fell into silence, silently licking her wounds. But it seems that they have shrunk their power, but no matter who it is clear. Wait until the Holy Tower is ready again, then the war will break out again. At that time, the Holy Tower will do its best to get rid of the Bloodline Tower, and the Bloodline Tower will also try its best to resist. After all, there may still be time for the Holy Tower to fail, but once the Bloodline Tower is destroyed, there will be no turning back. Here's the chance. The same is true for Eli, once the time hourglass is unified here. It will have a huge impact on Eli's subsequent breakthrough to the true spirit. After all, to break through the true spirit, the resources needed are not comparable to those of the 3rd ring, but they are massive resources. If you want to gather them together, you may have to gather the entire West Coast to have hope. So this time, Eli won't let go. Of course, this is under the condition of ensuring safety. If his life is in danger, he will leave without hesitation. After all, the world is big and his life is the biggest. Everything seemed calm, but everyone knew that a storm was brewing. It depends on when this storm will start. As time goes by. A year later, Shengta's vitality basically recovered. At this time, the Bloodline Tower also has nearly 20 3rd rings. At first, Vivica was worried that he would not be able to control it, but after 1 year of Alilu, everyone became stable in an instant. The two forces are ready. Although a major war has not yet broken out, small-scale frictions have gradually increased, and the atmosphere on the entire west coast has suddenly become tense. And at this time, an unexpected guest visited. On the square outside the Tower of Blood, the airship that Jinji was sitting on landed slowly. Jinji, together with the gold and silver at the Golden Toad Chamber of Commerce at this time, came to the Tower of Blood. In the living room, Eli saw two people. "My lord, I'm leaving today." Jinji expressed his purpose as soon as we met. "Today I'm here to say goodbye to my lord." Looking at the two, Eli nodded. Jinji's departure is a matter of time, and he did not expect him to say goodbye. "This is my token. If you come to the central continent in the future, you can use this to find me." Jinji took out a token and handed it to Eli. Eli didn't refuse, and took the token. It was a special golden token, which was very different from normal tokens. It is really possible for him to go to the central continent in the future, but it is not certain when it will be. It may be thousands of years later. I hope Jinji is still alive at that time. "My lord, these are my purposes for coming today, so let's leave first." "Okay." Soon, Eli sent the two away. Watching the airship gradually rise into the sky, Eli turned and returned to the wizard tower. Jinji is his investment in the future. The next time we meet, it should be time to fully recover the proceeds, and I hope Jinji can find breakthrough information. Then he doesn't need to go to various ruins to find it. And just as he returned to the wizard's tower, Viveka also found him, and she brought another news. "Teacher, the war has begun." Eli narrowed his eyes slightly, and naturally understood what she meant. After 4 years of brewing, the war between the Heart of the Night and the Holy Tower has finally begun. Chapter 274. The war started earlier than Eli imagined, but the approximate time was not too bad. As for the war, the Bloodline Tower naturally had expected it long ago. Therefore, when the war came, all departments of the Bloodline Tower would turn quickly like gears and play their roles. Logistical resources, war reserves, and warlocks are all ready. Soon, the first round of collision between the two forces met at the border of the Bloodline Tower and the Holy Tower in the Silver Moon Valley, and the first round of war broke out. The outcome of the war was evenly matched. The Holy Tower, which has been weakened several times, did not show a higher combat effectiveness than the Bloodline Tower in the war, while the rapidly expanding Bloodline Tower showed extremely high fighting spirit. Warlocks in the Silver Moon Valley are happening every day, and warlocks on both sides are losing, but no one backs down, because everyone knows very well that no matter which side it is, there is no chance of backing down. But in fact, in this situation, Santa is at a disadvantage. Because the Silver Moon River Valley is closer to the Bloodline Tower, for the Bloodline Tower, both resource scheduling and personnel reinforcements are much faster, and the loss of the Holy Tower is much greater than that of the Bloodline Tower. And there is another one that is not good for Santa. That's Nikolai. War is not a good thing for warlocks, but for Nicholas, it is simply a feast. After occupying the battlefield for only 1 year, his strength has reached the limit of the third ring, and there are still a lot of people under his command undead. Santa was very troubled, because warlocks were good at physics, but not every warlock was able to resist undead, which made their losses even worse. With the passage of time, the Bloodline family actually began to slowly gain the upper hand. But it was clear to everyone that the time hourglass behind the tower would not allow this. As an hourglass of time with a large amount of legacy from the wizarding world, they will definitely have new moves. At that time, the situation on the battlefield will not be easy to say. Eli also understands, but at this moment he has no mind to pay attention to these. Because at this time he has returned to the Iris camp. 2 reasons. First, from the wizard's mouth, Eli knew the strength of the hourglass of time, and he felt that he needed a little time to grow and develop. The second is that his mental strength is about to reach the standard, and he can break through the late stage of the third ring. Among the irises. After Eli gave Nina simple instructions, a new round of retreat began. 2 years later. Accompanied by a roar, huge elemental fluctuations flashed by. All the wizards raised their heads and looked in one direction, all shocked. Such a strong aura is much stronger than the ordinary 3 rings, and their iris flower actually has such a strong warlock? Half a day later, Eli walked out of the wizard's tower. Finally broke through. Standing in front of the wizard tower, Eli took a deep breath. Compared with before, his state has undergone a huge change at this time. The magic power is more abundant, and the blood burst is also more powerful. According to preliminary estimates, it should be able to absorb almost 100 times the amount of elements of its own, completely surpassing the normal 3-ring wizard. And he has just broken through the late stage. If it reaches the limit in the later stage, Eli is looking forward to what kind of level he can achieve in the 3rd ring. No, the time hourglass still has a half-step 4th ring, I still have to develop. Eli shook his head. Last time, the warlock seemed to be a core member of Dus, so he knew a lot of things. Not long ago, he went to a certain place to collect a dead soul flower for Dus, so he also knew the trump card of Dus, Clay. A 3-ring who failed to advance to true spirit. Still have to check it out. Eli took out the dice and asked, am I capable of suppressing this half-step spirit? The vitality disappeared little by little, and it disappeared for about 100 years in the blink of an eye. This is the time Eli predicted that he would consume the most life. It seems that this person is indeed very strong. The dice turned slowly, and after a few minutes, they slowly stopped. 12 o'clock. Hiss, so strong. Eli took a deep breath. The 3rd ring is the 3rd ring, which is fundamentally different from the true spirit. Since the promotion failed, it means that it is still the 3rd ring, at most it is strengthened to the level of the 3rd ring, or it has a special ability, and it is impossible to truly reach the level of a true spirit. He actually only has a winning percentage of 12 points. It's too dangerous, wait for me to develop for decades. Eli shook his head. It is not in line with his principles to fight at the same level. If there is still a possibility of failure, then there is no need to fight. Anyway, time is on his side. Let's wait for him to reach the limit of the 3rd ring. This wave is emergency avoidance. Take your time, but I don't know what's going on with Vivica now. As Eli was thinking, a person had appeared in her sight. My lord, have you made a breakthrough? Nina looked at Eli and asked curiously. Yet. Eli nodded. Nina was the daughter of Katarina's grandson back then, and now she is a 2nd ring wizard, in charge of the Iris Flower faction. My lord is really too strong. Nina exclaimed. In the entire Iris wizard camp, only she knows the identity of the adult. You must know that Sergi, who is at the limit of the 3rd ring, can be defeated before the adult breaks through. Now it breaks through again, and I don't know how strong it is. Oh, by the way, what's going on with the Holy Tower and the Bloodline House outside now? Eli asked. As the largest wizard camp on the west coast, Iris has spread all over most of the west coast. Although it is a dark place, it still has its own set of news channels. The war is all right now. Nina said, and then added. Because of your previous actions, it seems that a large number of airships from the north have recently entered the north of the Holy Tower. It seems that a lot of things have been transported. I don't know what it is. Airship? Delivery. Eli frowned. The hourglass of time has inherited many things from the wizarding era, maybe there is something that can really change this situation, but Eli is not in a hurry. Wait. Sooner or later he'll find out exactly what they're shipping. There are no secrets before time. After asking some more questions, Eli returned to the wizard's tower. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Eli also knows what the time hourglass delivered. Wahan. A large number of witch formations. It used to be a very common thing in wizard wars. By mobilizing the spiritual power of wizards and then acting together, a stronger force erupted, surpassing the current power. Although it is a remnant of the wizarding era, although it is to mobilize the spiritual power, it is still a big increase for the warlocks of the Holy Tower, which makes them gradually gain the upper hand in the battlefield. After Eli understood, he returned silently to the wizard's tower. The sorcerer is so speechless holding the wizard's magic array to stimulate spiritual power. Instead of this, how about he refine some magic circles that can stimulate the blood of warlocks? Really, do you really think there are no wizards in this world? It's time to let these warlocks see the world. If he doesn't go by himself, it doesn't mean he can't do anything. Once the White Tower defeated the 10,000 Blood Alliance, he became a counselor just by relying on the virus. As for whether someone will come to take the witch formation he refined, Eli is not worried. Vivica will find it. For at most 3 years, Vivica will definitely come to him. 2 years later. Nina knocks on Eli's door. My lord, Lord Vivica is here to visit. The door opened, and a space ring was thrown out. At the same time, Eli's voice came out, saying, Give this to Vivica. Chapter 275. Master Vivikata, this is what my lord asked me to give you. In the wizard's tower, Nina looked at Viveka, a student of an adult, and also the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, currently one of the highest-ranking people on the west coast. As far as she knew, the Bloodline Tower was a warlock force with only 1 or 2/3 rings before, but it was abruptly raised to this level by the adults. Your lord is too strong. Nina sighed, looked at Viveka seriously, took out the interspatial ring, and handed it over. Viveka was a little puzzled, but still took the ring. At this time, her whole body is tight. Not only is she wearing a grey wizard robe to cover her whole body, but she also wears a mask on her face, which completely covers her. As the tower owner of the Bloodline Tower, it would be quite troublesome if other people knew that she was connected with the wizard forces, and it might lead to many bad things at that time. In fact, as time goes by, the status of wizards is getting lower and lower, and there are fewer and fewer, but the attitude towards wizards is also getting stricter. This is? Viveka asked. You'll know it when you see it. Nina also guessed what it was, because 2 years ago, Eli asked them to refine some things, which were accessories for the witch array. Considering the plight of the Bloodline Tower over the years, it becomes clear what is inside. It should be a large number of witch formations. What is it? Viveka didn't know, she just looked at the ring and thought. A few seconds later, her consciousness extended into the ring, and the contents inside were also reflected in her consciousness. The space of dozens of cubic meters is now filled with crystals, which are the cores of witch arrays, and unlike ordinary elemental witch arrays, each core is blood-colored. That feeling is like fresh blood. In a war, they naturally confiscated the witch formations before, but the Holy Tower's witch formations are completely different from this feeling, as if they are 2 types. This seems to be specially made for warlocks. And the level seems ridiculously high. She took a closer look, and found that the lowest level is also at the 2nd ring level, and most of them are at the 3rd ring level, and the witch array at this level, not to mention the Tower of Blood, is the hourglass of time, and there may not be anyone who can refine it. And with such a large number of witch arrays, the teacher should have been refining them for a long time. Did the teacher already expect that she would come to ask for help? Teacher. Viveka was a little moved. She held the ring in her hand and took a deep breath. With these 9 witch formations, it should be of great help to the war, but I don't know how effective these witch formations are. At the same time, Viveka suddenly felt a crystal ball in the space ring tremble. This is the crystal ball he gave to her student Alice, and it is used only in emergencies. Something big has happened. Viveka's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took out the crystal ball and sensed the information inside. The Holy Tower raided the warlock team in the Silver Moon Valley, and the wizards suffered heavy losses, and more Holy Tower warlocks are gathering rapidly, preparing to launch their first major attack. After reading the message, Viveka immediately stood up. Looking at Anna, he quickly said, "Please thank the teacher for me, something went wrong on the battlefield, I have to go back." Okay. Anna nodded. Viveka then quickly left Iris under Anna's arrangement. After leaving here, Viveka took off her disguise and flew into the sky, heading towards the Silver Moon Valley. Hopefully in time. Holding the ring, Viveka excited to the fastest speed. After she left, Anna came to Eli's warlock tower. "My lord, your ring has been given to Lady Viveka, she asked me to thank you for her." Anna said. "I see." Eli said calmly. Looking at the calm Eli, Anna asked, "My lord, there is one thing I don't quite understand, can you explain it to me?" "Just ask. Why didn't my lord take the initiative to take action? It should be much easier with my lord around." Nina asked. Hearing this, Eli glanced at Nina strangely. It seems that this little guy is a little distorted about the way of survival. It seems that I have to talk to him about what is wretched. It's the way to survive. "Nina, come in and I'll have a good chat with you, you're still too young." Eli opened the door of the wizard tower and invited. After a while, the voice of the wizard Talayula was chattering, and Nina made a sound of oh, as if she was inspired. It took a full 3 hours to confirm that Nina's thoughts had been corrected before Eli let her go. At the same time, Silver Moon Valley. A cyan arc flashed across the territory of the Bloodline Tower, and Viveka landed slowly. She glanced around. At this time, a large number of warlocks were ready to go, and their weapons were all in their hands. The team had assembled and was ready to go at any time. "Catch up." Viveka took a deep breath and relaxed. Viveka's landing was naturally noticed, and soon, the crowd dispersed, and several wizards of the Three Rings approached, including Nicholas, her student Alice, and others. "Teacher, you are finally back." Alice came to Viveka first. "Well, I rushed back as soon as I received your message," Viveka replied. "Master Viveka Tower, you are back, so the team will be in your command." Nicholas moved forward, and at this time he was the highest combat power here at the limit of the third ring. "The people in the Holy Tower are almost approaching, shall we start now?" asked a three-ring warlock. "No." Viveka shook her head and refused. Several warlocks were puzzled, and Nicholas was also surprised. "Of course there is a reason. Before the war, we need to familiarize ourselves with these things." Viveka smiled, and then took out the space ring. In the next second, the thing in the ring instantly appeared in the open space. The smoke filled the air instantly. Several three-ring warlocks subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at the smoke. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. Looking at the large number of witch array cores piled up on the ground, although the pile is only 2 or 3 meters high, several third-ring wizards all opened their mouths wide. Looking at the witch array and Viveka, they all showed shocked expressions. "This is..." A three-ring warlock looked at the witch formation on the ground and gasped. It's not like they haven't seen what this is, but they can't imagine, where did the Tower Master come from with so many witch formations? Could it be that she left this time to get them? Of course it's a witch formation. Viveka smiled. "Don't be dazed, we have to send this quickly, I feel that the people in the Holy Tower seem to be getting closer." Everyone nodded, and then began to distribute the witch array. Only Nicholas looked at the Wuhan with a familiar feeling. After a few seconds, he gasped, and he recognized who this feeling belonged to. It's adults. But he also had a question in his mind: when did your lord become good at witch arrays? Nicholas was puzzled. Suddenly, a huge buzzing sound resounded above the entire bloodline house, and he raised his head instantly, because this sound only meant one thing. The people from Santa are here. The war is about to begin. Chapter 276. It may be that autumn is approaching, and thick dark clouds have shrouded the Silver Moon River Valley again. The whole sky is dark, and even the sun can only pass through it. On the river valley, on top of a venom-flying dragon, Dus's broad body stood on its head, while his eyes were observing the situation. As far as the eye can see, within 10 miles, nearly 100 venom-flying dragons flapped their wings and roared, and there were many warlocks standing on each of them, and they were all fixed on it. On the ground, there are tens of thousands of warlocks, gathered in legions, and if you look carefully, you can see that among these people, there are some people who are surrounded, and they are holding a black short sword in their hands. The stick exudes a strange breath. This breath is connected to other staffs that are also held by the warlock. This is their stockpile, once harvested from wizard relics. On the opposite side of them is the warlock of the Bloodline Tower. But compared to them, the configuration is somewhat different from them. In the sky, there are only about 30 or 40 venom-flying dragons, and the rest of the place is filled with grey shadows, exuding the unique soul breath of the undead. Use the undead to make up for the lack of air power. This is the response of the Bloodline Tower. In the past few years, this kind of thing has been very common, and it has caused them a lot of trouble, but fortunately, it is not them who decide to fight today, but ground troops. At this time, on the ground of the Bloodline Tower, although there are a lot of them, they are still weaker than the Holy Tower. This is due to the suppression of the Holy Tower over the years. Specifically reflected in the fact that the number of people is only 3/4 of that of the Holy Tower, and the overall quality seems to be slightly weaker. Even in order to make up for the combat power, Dus also saw many monsters being pulled onto the battlefield. This is a good sign, it shows that there are not enough people in the Bloodline Tower. Steady. After the observation, Dus smiled. Dus, if we win this time, we can break through the gate of the Bloodline Tower and go deep into their territory. After fighting for so long, we finally have good news. A voice came, and Dus turned his head to look, it was Sancher. Indeed, and this time we still have wizards here. These are all good things from the wizarding era, and there are not many that can be kept until now. I believe that there are not so many good things in the Bloodline Tower. Dus laughed. Laugh, smile. Ha 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 ha, indeed, it's a pity that one is used and one is missing. Those wizards are amazing. Sanchel sighed. Humph, so what, at least for now, we are the ones who control the world. Dus smiled triumphantly, but he knew in his heart that if it was the former wizarding world, it would be no problem to hang him up and beat him. It's almost ready to launch an attack. Sanchel changed the subject. Dus nodded. Compared with the optimistic side of the Holy Tower, the atmosphere of the Bloodline Tower is undoubtedly a bit dignified. In the huge army of warlocks, each warlock looked at the overwhelming number of Holy Tower warlocks in the distance, and the many venomous dragons in the sky, feeling inexplicably terrified. Whether it is quantity or quality, Santa will surpass them. Can we really win? John's eyes were serious, and he clenched the staff in his hand. He is a second-ring warlock of the Bloodline Tower, and he joined the Bloodline Tower only a few years ago, and the reason for joining is also very simple, that is, the Holy Tower destroyed his family. That's right, he was the old man who was fishing with Eli by the river back then. 5 years ago, when the war started, his family happened to be on the way to the Holy Tower, and then it was wiped out. Only then did he know who was fishing with him back then. Then he came here, for revenge and to survive. But he still looked highly at the Tower of Bloodlines. Compared with the Holy Tower with the support of Time Hourglass, they are more than a little weaker, and they are often in a state of defeat. This time is a very important battle. But just looking at the configuration, it seems a bit not good. Fortunately, Lord Vivica and Lord Nicholas are here. He looked forward, and there were 2 figures standing in the front. One is entangled by a blue storm, like a real wind elemental spirit, and the other is Nicholas, who unfolds a huge spirit body and is surrounded by many undead. This is one of the reasons why he still has the courage to stand here. This at least shows that the Bloodline Tower has decided to stick to it. But he looked around, when many negative voices came. Damn, how do you fight? The Holy Tower completely crushed us, it's not a lost game. It's over, it's over, it's over. These small voices wrapped around his ears, making him a little uneasy. Fortunately, there are only a few of them, and it seems, they are not without cards. As if thinking of something, John put his hand deep into the pocket of the sorcerer's robe, and a diamond-shaped crystal exuded a slight burning sensation at this moment, as if it made his blood throb a little. The reason why they have been losing all the time is that the Holy Tower's increased wizard array has a large reason. But suddenly today, Master Vivikata handed this over to him. The core of the witch formation. This shocked him very much. I just don't know how it works. The quality of the Holy Tower's witch formation is very good, and there is a high probability that it is not as good as it, but it is better than nothing. John thought wildly, and the power of the Holy Tower's witch formation had penetrated into his heart. He really felt the power of the group of wizards in the wizarding world. Suddenly, he felt a huge gust of air flash past. He looked up. A figure flew into the sky like a small thunderbolt. Dus. John looked at the familiar lightning and knew who had shot it. On the side of the Holy Tower, a third-ring extreme warlock, whose blood is Dus of the Thunder Giant Eagle. But at this time Dus has completely changed his appearance. The blood veins made his body more symmetrical, and there are thunder wings spread out behind him, and there are thunder marks on his skin. Of course, the most conspicuous thing is the huge thunder and lightning around him. This is a very powerful warlock. At the same time, a grey shadow also flew out from the side of the Bloodline Tower. With powerful soul fluctuations, Nicholas fought with Dus. For a moment, thunder and grey clouds flickered and collided in the sky, but everyone could see that Nicholas was at the bottom. However, Nicholas still had a large number of undead to help, so he could barely fight. Attack! At the same time, the Holy Tower in the distance and the Bloodline Tower issued orders at the same time. In the sky, the venom-flying dragon collided with the sea of undead. On the ground, more than a dozen 3-ring warlocks crossed the sky and fought together. On the ground, warlock legions began to attack one by one. The first one is naturally the long-distance temptation. The main bloodline of the Bloodline Tower is the low-level bloodline of the Wind Elemental Spirit, the bloodline of the Son of the Wind Elemental, while the side of the Holy Tower is the low-level bloodline of Udo's Lava Fire Monkey, the bloodline of the Fire Monkey. On the side of the Holy Tower, in the sky, fire elements condense one by one, like a rain of fire, flying towards the Bloodline Home, and the Bloodline Home is a series of storms that appear and fly away. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into 2 halves. The wind wall blocked the fire and rain, and one side was red and the other was blue. However, due to the lack of people in the Bloodline Tower, a loophole appeared in the wind wall after a while. Many fire rains flew over, and many warlocks were directly burned to death by the fire rain. Seeing this scene, the Holy Tower warlocks all showed happy smiles. The Tower of Blood can't do it. That's it. Stable this time. And after this round of long-range attacks, a voice came from behind. I saw a warlock standing in the sky at the back, shouting loudly, "All Holy Tower warlocks, activate the witch formation, and destroy the defense line of the Bloodline Tower in one fell swoop." The majestic voice swept across the entire battlefield in an instant, and the holy warlocks who mastered the core of the witch formation raised their staffs one after another. In an instant, gleams of light bloomed, illuminating the battlefield. A burst of invisible fluctuations swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Although some Holy Tower warlocks felt as if their spiritual power had been connected, the legions seemed to be one. At this time, the aura of the entire Holy Tower reached its peak. All the warlocks of the Bloodline family felt a sense of powerlessness even though they faced it many times. This witch formation has defeated them many times. Are you going to start? At this time, in the crowd, John also held the core of the bloody witch formation. Looking at Vivica not far from the sky. Wait for her order. Chapter 277. Nicholas, you are very strong, otherwise you can join us, we can give you what the Bloodline Tower gives you, and even more. In the sky, thunder and silence coexisted, Dus said to Nicholas while attacking. Humph, you can't give it. Nicholas sneered. Suddenly, the two also sensed changes in the ground. Dus smiled and said, Nicholas, you have no chance of winning this time. If you are willing to join us, I can let you go, otherwise you won't be able to escape. Hee. The only thing that greeted him was Nicholas hee. Dus was furious. The two fought again, but Nicholas looked towards the ground from time to time, as if he was worried, but also full of confidence. Dus, who was opposite him, was also baffled. The highest altitude is the battlefield of Dus and Nicholas. Further down, there are many battlefields of the third ring. Vivica is fighting Sanchel, a warlock in the late stage of the third ring, and his blood is the same as Dus's, the blood of the Thunder Eagle, and his body is surrounded by lightning. With the blessing of the witch formation, you are not opponents. Surrender as soon as possible. You have no chance in today's war. Sanchura looked at Vivica and said with a smile. Hee. Vivica responded with a wind blade. Sanchura dodged with a relaxed expression on his face. Once the ground battlefield fails, you may not even have a chance to escape later. Sanchura's tall and thin figure moved left and right, approaching Vivica. Then try. Vivica smiled, stretched out her right hand, and the wind elements gathered in her hand. Sanchura quickly backed away, thinking that Vivica was going to make some kind of attack. But in the next second, only the wind elements gathered, like a cavity, and in the next second the cavity shattered, and a sound like an explosion sounded instantly, which could be heard throughout the battlefield. Many people in the Holy Tower cast their gazes over, with a confused look on their faces. What is Vivica going to do? Make a noise? Everyone is a little unclear, but many people also know that Vivica is definitely not an empty gun, but since it has nothing to do with them, could it be a battlefield? Everyone looked down. On the battlefield, on the side of the Bloodline Tower, suddenly, a blood-colored beam of light flew out of the crowd and caught everyone's eyes. Next, beams of light appeared one after another. The high-level warlocks on the side of the Holy Tower all stared wide-eyed. A popping sound is heard. Knowing that it was time, John took out the bloody core, and was the first to release the witch array. At the same time, the others also released the Wahen one by one. Holding the witch array, John felt a magical connection between all the warlocks, which was different from the spiritual connection on the side of the Holy Tower. He felt as if they were connected by blood. The huge quantity seems to be integrated into a whole at this moment. The hazy blood light appeared above the Bloodline Tower, turning into a huge spider web, connecting the bloodlines of all the warlocks together. At this moment, all the warlocks only felt that the power of their bloodlines had been greatly increased. Damn it, what is this? Could it be the witch array of our Bloodline Tower? Impossible, this is too strong, the Holy Tower has received such an increase, no wonder we can't beat it. Outrageous! One by one, the crowd looked at the blood-colored clothes on their bodies, either shocked, confused, at a loss, or overjoyed. But there are also people who wonder, who is stronger in their witch formation that looks completely different from the Holy Tower. However, feeling the increase in the body, everyone's mood still rose a lot. Hope it goes well. Attack! At the same time, after the battlefield, the voice of the warlock in charge entered the ears of every warlock. All the warlocks of the bloodline tower shouted, the power of the huge bloodline gathered together, like a storm rushing on the flat ground, and then rushed towards the holy tower. The long-range battle is over, and the melee combat that warlocks are best at begins. On the other side, the Saint Tower side watched the changes in the bloodline tower side with surprise. But immediately someone came out to stabilize the morale of the army and shouted loudly. Don't be afraid, everyone. Our wizard formation is a good thing from the wizard era. They are definitely not our opponents. All warlocks listen to my orders and attack. After hearing the order, the warlocks regained their confidence one by one. The blood vessels were fully opened, and the flames erupted, and the fire elements in a radius of tens of miles converged and turned into a huge flame, which also rushed towards the blood tower. At this time, all the three-ring warlocks also stopped and looked at the ground. In the camp of tens of thousands of warlocks, even their third ring dare not enter easily. This is a real war. At this time, even if the third ring enters, if they are not careful, they may be torn into pieces. Fragments. Which array? Dus stood at the highest point, observing the Tower of Blood. He couldn't figure out where the bloodline tower got so many witch formations, and the quality was very high. Could it be that some relics were also excavated? Are there any ruins that big on the west coast? He didn't understand, but Herman's figure inexplicably flashed in his mind. That man always seemed to cause them enormous trouble. Could it be him? Impossible, he is a warlock, how could he have such superb alchemy skills, which are almost extinct on the west coast? However, they are all witch formations, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Dus thought to himself. In fact, he is not the only one who thinks so, the other warlocks of the Holy Tower also think so. They are all witch formations, and they are still good things from the wizard era. Can lose? As for the warlocks of the Bloodline Tower, they were very nervous, because time was short, and they hadn't even tested the level of these witch formations, they only knew that they were brought back by Vivica. As for where it came from? They guessed it was from Lord Herman, who had left temporarily. My lords, which array? Everyone looked at the ground, waiting for the two sides to collide. The distance of a few kilometers is only a short distance for warlock. After more than 10 seconds of sprinting, the two legions are in everyone's eyes. Finally, a collision. The cyan storm collides with the red fire cloud. Instantly the ground turned into two colors, one blue and one red. The two teams seemed to be evenly matched, and no one would give in to the other, but after only a few seconds, a change occurred. The warlock above the sky was surprised to find that the storm seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, while the fire cloud was decreasing. The Holy Tower was suppressed head-on. On the basis of better numbers and quality, it was suppressed. In the sky, all the warlocks were dumbfounded. It's fake. Dus' mouth twitched. But at this time, he seemed to have noticed something different. That is, the witch formation of the Bloodline Tower seems to be connected with the bloodlines of all the warlocks, while the Holy Tower is connected with the spiritual power, but the main body of the warlocks is the bloodline. So that's why it was suppressed? Dus was confused. At this time, on the ground, the Holy Tower had been completely suppressed and torn into several pieces. Every second, a large number of warlocks were dying. A meeting, the Holy Tower is defeated? Is this increase too exaggerated? What did I see, isn't it all witch formations? Why is there such a big gap? The source of the blood is above. The warlock on the side of the Holy Tower gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. Originally, according to the plan, the Legion would tear up the Bloodline Tower, and then deal with the third ring, completely occupying this key territory, or continue to go deeper. But now it seems that they are thinking too much. This is a dick. Looking at the defeated Holy Tower, all the warlocks didn't know what to do. The entire three-ring battlefield was almost frozen for 3 minutes. Seeing that the Legion had begun to condense their blood, ready to converge towards the sky, and ready to attack the third ring, Dus knew it was time to make his own decision. He glanced at Nicholas on the opposite side, and looked at the crowd with a look of unwillingness. In the end, he almost gritted his back molars, and said bitterly, "Retreat." The signal to retreat was issued quickly, and the defeated warlocks looked at the signal, and their momentum became even more broken. One by one, the witch formations were broken, and all the warlocks didn't care about anything else, and flew towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Nicholas laughed out loud, while Vivica shouted, Kill them, keep them. For a time, the battlefield situation changed completely. The battle of confrontation has become a battle of pursuit and escape. Kill. 3 hours later, Viveka slowly landed on the ground of the Silver Moon Valley. At this time, this place has been completely occupied by the Bloodline House. Viveka glanced around and asked a third ring, "What is our record?" "My lord, we lost a total of 3 people in the third ring, but the Holy Tower has 6 people left. As for the second and first rings, their losses are more than 4 times that of ours, but they haven't had time to count. Looking at the numbers alone, this is a big win, and they also occupied this key place." 1. Viveka took a deep breath. She never expected to win so easily today. The witch formation that the teacher gave him is too strong. Simply terrible. This is the power that warlocks are giving up now. What exactly are they giving up? But now is not the time to think about it. She shook her head. Fly into the sky. Looking at the warlock of the Bloodline Tower who had returned on the ground, with firm eyes, he shouted. "Everyone, this battle. We won." Chapter 278. Above the Silver Moon Valley. Everyone cheered after hearing the news of Viveka's victory announcement. Before the battle, no one thought that they would actually win the battle. After all, their combat power was too weak, and the Holy Tower was not a vegetarian. Whether it was the staffing or the witch formation, it was a big problem. But it seems that the witch array brought back by Master Viveka Tower. All problems were solved. No one expected that when the witch formation gathered everyone's power together, the powerful Holy Tower Legion in the past would be so unbearable. What's more outrageous is that they also used the witch formation, which is a good thing from the wizard era. Everyone looked up at Viveka, with endless longing in their hearts. It's just that they also have doubts. Where did these witch formations come from? Only some people have guesses in their hearts. It's definitely the breath of an adult. Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the feeling of the wizard formation. As a former wizard, he knew that it should come from the hands of an adult. Master. Alice took a deep breath. She knew that the teacher was going to the south, but she didn't know where. If there is anyone who can save the Tower of Bloodlines, it should only be Shizu. As for the others, they didn't think so much, each one immersed in the joy of victory. Now that we have won, the next step is to counterattack. Looking at the joyful people in the Bloodline Tower, Viveka turned her gaze to the north. This is only the first important node in the confrontation between the two forces. Winning here can only prove that they will be much more relaxed in the future, but it does not mean that they can relax. The next thing they should do is to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, expand the results of the battle as much as possible, convert the victory into real resource magic stones, and prepare for the still long war. She looked at the other 3 ring warlocks with sharp eyes, and said, "Everyone, it's not time to celebrate yet. Let's rest for 3 hours and continue heading north." "Yes." All the warlocks' eyes lit up. After being beaten for so long, it's finally time to counterattack. At this time, in a mountain range, there are layers of thick fog. And in the dense fog, a team is advancing like a long dragon. However, unlike ordinary teams, the whole team looked very scattered, and everyone's eyes were depressed, even confused. Their faces were stained with blood, and some of them were mutilated, wailing from time to time. This is exactly the site of the Holy Tower that was defeated from the Silver Moon Valley and is on the way to leave. At the front of the line, on top of a venom dragon, 4 warlocks formed a circle, 3 men and 1 woman, all silent. Who can tell me what's going on with the witch formation in the Bloodline Tower? In the end, one of them spoke slowly, and his round body could make people call out his name clearly, Dus. "I don't know." Sanchel shook his head. He is still in a state of confusion. He never understood how they lost, and how they lost so thoroughly. Even though they are all witch formations, the gap is so huge. The 2 outer 2/3 rings were silent. This battle, they lost too thoroughly. "Hey!" Dus shook his head, looked at Sancher, and asked, "The reason for the defeat this time is entirely because of those witch formations. I found those witch formations very interesting, as if they were tailor-made for warlocks. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know, even in the age of wizards, there are very few wizard formations targeting warlocks, and this is the main territory of wizards. I don't know where they got it from." Sankir shook his head. This was the point that confused him the most. "Humph, do you think it's okay if we transform the witch formation into something like that?" After a few seconds, Dus looked at the 3 of them. It feels unreliable. Sankir shook his head. My lord, I am afraid that no one in time hourglass can do such a difficult experiment as transforming a witch formation. Oh, by the way, if I remember correctly, time hourglass has not had a mechanical alchemist course for nearly 100 years, and no one has learned this already. The warlock said silently. Indeed, the last alchemist of time hourglass seems to have died decades ago, and no one has chosen after that. Does. He silently covered his face with his hands, not speaking. Difficult. Shall Master Clay take action? Sanchel asked, and the eyes of the other two lit up. No, Master Clay will only make one shot, we have to come and leave it to Herman. Dus shook his head. Several people were silent again. Looking at the depressed people, Du Si knew that he had to cheer up, and said, You don't need to worry too much, it's not like we don't have other means besides the witch array. We collected a lot of dark wizard things back then. We even have a huge hole in our hands that was once a black wizard's frozen soul slave. It's just that it will take a long time to lift the seal, so don't worry. Several people raised their heads again, their eyes were a little surprised. Soul slave? They were a little surprised that Dos could find such a thing. Hey, take it easy everyone, we will definitely win. Dus laughed, and the mood of the few people gradually became more relaxed. Suddenly, a venom dragon slowly approached them, and a warlock approached. Several people looked over. My lord, the people from the Bloodline Tower have caught up, and they don't seem to plan to send us off. The warlock looked anxiously. What? Several people shouted loudly, their tone a little flustered. 1. It was 3 days after Eli received the news of the Tower of Bloodline's victory. Seeing the information Nina handed over, Eli's eyes lit up. According to intelligence, Vivica, who was victorious in the Silver Moon Valley, did not choose to retreat, but charged forward bravely. Not only did she catch up with the fleeing Holy Tower, killing nearly half of them, she also occupied several areas of the Holy Tower. With the help of the witch formation, the Bloodline Tower seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It was really a big kill in front of a small range of opponents. If it wasn't for the follow-up reinforcements from the Holy Tower, it would have evacuated. But anyway, with this victory, the territory of the Bloodline Tower has expanded by a quarter again, and there are still a large number of warlocks who have invested in the Bloodline Tower, and even many wait-and-see forces before have finally decided to end, and many warlocks have joined the Bloodline Tower again. But that's it. The Holy Tower is not only a big force, it would be far to destroy them all at once. The defeat this time also made Santa calm down and made new adjustments to the power directly, and made a new gathering of power. Although it has shrunk, the power has become stronger. Moreover, the places to the north at this time are rarely as plain as the Uni River Valley, and the role of the witch array has been infinitely reduced, and the two forces have returned to the original confrontation state again. No one knows how long this confrontation will last. In this regard, Vivica also asked Eli if he needed to do something. Eli thought it was normal. There is no need to do anything special, mainly because there is nothing to do. Although they won, the Bloodline Tower is not a weak chicken. Just procrastinate. It's good for him to stall for time too. Wait until he can defeat that half-step true spirit before talking about other things. Anyway, he doesn't go out now, dragging is the best. Let's see how time goes by, what has it to do with him? And this victory also allowed the Bloodline Tower to harvest a lot of things, and almost all the materials for Eli's synthetic beasts were collected. You can start refining synthetic beasts. Chapter 279. The battle between the Holy Tower and the Bloodline Tower is in full swing. There is peace among the irises. For a wizarding force, as long as they are a bit obscene and hide in some hidden places, the danger is not that great, not to mention that the resources of the iris flower are closely related to the White Tower and the Bloodline Tower, so the danger is even less. As for other wizarding forces, it feels like there is no need to worry about it. Because at this time, in the entire West Coast, except for the iris, there is no second wizarding force. It's not that the iris has swallowed too much, but that the wizards are slowly disappearing as time goes by. In the blink of an eye, almost 4,000 years have passed since the wizard left. That is 4,000 years, not 40 years or 400 years, 4,000 years is enough for a civilization to develop from backwardness, and it is enough to make the traces of wizards disappear little by little. With Eli's help, Iris is still alive and well, but I don't know what happened to the wizards in other parts of the world, and Eli can only hope that they are not completely gone. Forget it, let's think about my synthetic beast. Eli shook his head, dismissing these wild thoughts. At this time he is in the laboratory. The table is covered with a large number of objects, like a hill. The core of the elemental giant, the elemental bonding potion, a large amount of fleshy elements, some ores, and. Eli kept counting these things. It was also his first time refining synthetic beasts, so he had to be more cautious. And for this synthetic beast, he was about to empty out his family. Not to mention the elemental core of the peak of the third ring, even other materials, and there is no lower than the third ring. It is a treasure of the bloodline tower for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the backing of a huge force, it would be really not easy to collect them. The material is only one aspect, and other aspects of preparations have not been lacking. You must know that his idea was to transfer the useless devouring curse seal to the core of the synthetic beast. For this, he has been thinking for decades before he has grasped. Then let's get started. Eli snapped his fingers, and all the doors of the laboratory were closed, and even all connections with the outside world were cut off. Eli started compositing. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the laboratory, with the sound of the door opening, Eli walked out of the door slowly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his head and looked behind him. The door opens to reveal the laboratory inside. Hydra! Eli called. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by the side of the gate. Then a figure slowly appeared. A little snake. This is a small black snake with black scales all over its body, and its eyes are black, like shadows. If you look closely, you will find that its scales are not normal scales, but made of shadows, and there is no specially solidified entities. This is a semi-elemental creature, and it is also the result of Eli this year. Hydra! Eli called out, and saw the little snake quickly come to Eli's trousers as if ordered, and then came to Eli's hands along the trousers. Looking at this little snake, Eli showed a happy smile. Hydra is the name Eli gave it, and it is also Eli's first synthetic beast. The level of the first ring still needs to grow slowly. Eli felt the level of this little snake. However, although it is the first ring, due to the material level and its swallowing characteristics, it only needs to swallow enough things to return to the third ring, or even the peak level of the third ring. Devour. It is its biggest special feature. Eli looked at his arm, and the brand of endless devouring had disappeared, because he had transferred it to Hydra's core. Hiss! He thought, suddenly lowered his head. At this time, Hydra looked at Eli with black eyes, opened his mouth, and could even see a black core in his body through his body, which was branded with devouring runes. Are you hungry? Eli smiled, and took out a shadow attribute ore. The ore was the size of a basketball, but Hydra's dark eyes seemed to light up, and he let out a whimper, and then opened his mouth wide, as if there was a shadow vortex in his mouth, and swallowed it directly. Seeing this scene, Eli laughed. This feeling is like watching a little snake swallow an elephant. Gada! And Hydra, who swallowed the ore, closed his mouth and let out a gada, as if he had burped, and a black light flashed in his two eyes, very satisfied. At the same time, Hydra's breath is slowly rising. Fun and interesting. Eli smiled. Hydra followed his arm and climbed all the way to his shoulders, and Eli left the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Eli met Nina. Did anything big happen this year? Eli asked. My lord, nothing happened. The current situation seems to be very stable. Eli nodded, and then said to Nina, Nina, help me collect more shadow system resources. Good. Then Eli returned to his residence. Another 3 years. In the laboratory, Eli looked at Hydra. At this time, Hydra's body is already as thick as a thigh, and his breath has reached the limit of the first ring, only one step away from the second ring. Later, Eli took out a core of the shadow system and gave it to Hydra. Gada! Hydra swallowed it in one gulp. A few seconds later, Hydra's breath slowly began to increase. Half an hour later, his breath reached the second ring. But to Eli's surprise, as Hydra grew, the back of the original body began to split slowly, and another snake head slowly appeared. But this time it is different from the black eyes before, this one is red, like a ruby. Hey! Looking at the change, Eli pursed his lips. His synthetic beast seems to have undergone a little different change due to the devouring rune he incorporated. It seems that there is another attribute, the fire element, which of course may have a lot to do with the core of the element giant. interesting. Watching Hydra break through the second ring, Hydra slowly crawled over, approached Eli slowly, rubbed against Eli's trousers, and made a gada gada sound. Come on, let me see your changes. Eli began to feel the changes in Hydra slowly. The fire element is only one aspect. Soon, Eli discovered that Hydra is special. In the snake head of the fire element, the consciousness that seems to exist is still Hydra, but the main soul is slightly split. That's it, interesting. I wonder if there will be a third ring. After learning some more recent information, Eli returned. There are still no major changes, but recently the Holy Tower has provided a lot of wizard resources, which has made some changes in the situation, but it has little impact on the overall situation. They haven't done enough to change the situation. 5 years later. Eli looks at Hyde as he grows a third blue cobra head. At this time, Hydra's body is as thick as a bucket, and its body has reached tens of meters, like a giant beast, but because it is an elemental creature, it can still be shrunk to an extremely small level. 3 rings. Eli turned his head and looked at Hydra on his shoulders. Gada. Still a familiar voice, Hydra rubbed against Eli's neck. Ha 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 ha. Eli smiled. But it's okay now, but Hydra's appetite has been increasing recently, and Iris, a hidden wizard force, has been difficult to satisfy, and new channels are needed. Where can a lot of blood food or resources be satisfied? Eli thought. In the next second, his eyes lit up. Battlefield. Chapter 280. No way. Eli shook his head. The battlefield is certainly good, but it's not that there is no need to improve at this time. When the resources are really insufficient, let him go to the battlefield again, and in a few years, the third ring will be in the middle and late stages, and it will be more stable at that time. It seems that it will take some time before you can support yourself. Eli nodded Hydra's head lightly. Hydra made a gada sound and leaned on Eli's shoulder. At the same time, far north of the Holy Tower, beyond a large mountain. At this time, there are a large number of holy warlocks stationed here, one by one around the mountain, and this mountain is also very strange. One side is smooth as if it has been cut, and there is only one downward hole. At this time, there were 3 people standing at the entrance of the cave. Urs, Dus, and Sanchel. Dus, it's been 8 years, haven't you lifted the seal here? Sankir looked at Dus and asked. It's almost there, this seal will take more time than I thought. Dus was also a little embarrassed at this time. This is the place where the soul slaves of the wizarding era were sealed, and it was also a place he discovered by accident, which stored a large number of frozen soul slaves. He had said before that he planned to use these to change the situation of the battle. As a result, for 8 or 9 years, he still hasn't lifted the seal. Now the battlefield cannot be opened at all, and the power of the Bloodline Tower is expanding rapidly. It used to be slightly weaker than us, but now it is almost no worse than us. Urs sighed. He even regretted getting on this thief ship, but it was too late. Don't worry, this seal can definitely be lifted within 2 years at most. Dus said. Then wait another 2 years. Sanchur and Urs looked at each other helplessly. There was nothing they could do except wait. 2 years later. The 3 appeared again. The 3 of them walked through the hole and walked towards the inside. The entrance was very narrow at first, but as it went deeper, a larger and larger space inside the mountain appeared in the eyes of everyone. Holding the alchemy lamp, a group of people quickly arrived at the place where the soul slaves were stored. Is it here? Sanchel looked at the darkness in front of him. In the darkness, there seemed to be a kind of cold attack, and there were countless eyes staring at him. Standing here, he felt inexplicably terrified. Almost 10 years. Urs sighed. Finally in. Urs took a deep breath. Walking forward slowly, the alchemy lamp can only illuminate a range of a few meters, but a orchid slowly appears in his eyes, and not far away, a high wall like a moat appears. No. Not a high wall. In an instant, the alchemy lamp in his hand burst into light. It illuminates the eyes. The scene in front of them was completely revealed in the eyes of the 3 of them. Oh my god! The 3 exclaimed at the same time. In front of him, there was an orchid ice surface, like a high wall, filling the entire space, and within the wall, there were a huge number of soul slaves piled up like shadows. Countless races, countless numbers. The entire ice surface is full of frozen soul slaves. The number is probably tens of thousands. The overall quality belongs to the first and second rings, but this is not important anymore. Such a large number is enough to change everything. Dus's mood instantly improved, and he smiled. The other two also looked at each other, speechless. But how do we control these soul slaves? Suddenly, Sancher asked. You don't need to worry about this. The frozen soul slaves in the Wizarding Age are generally stockpiled as a basis for war. They have not been branded. As long as we brand the most core monsters, everything will be fine. Already. That's it. The two nodded. Hehe, in the mountains, the witch array is useless, but these monsters are like ducks in water, let's see how they deal with it. Dus sneered. The three of them also smiled kindly. New calendar year 3775. The Holy Tower has freed the stockpile of soul slaves from the Age of Wizards. Tens of thousands of soul slaves poured into the mountains overwhelmingly. The huge number and the unfriendly environment for warlocks quickly turned the tide of battle. In just 2 years, the Bloodline Tower was defeated in the mountain battlefield. Temporarily back out of the mountains. The Holy Tower's momentum rose sharply, and even began to prepare for a counterattack towards the periphery. But in the plain area, the Bloodline Tower relied on a large number of witch formations, but did not fall to the Soul Slave Legion. The Holy Tower's plan failed, and it also retreated into the mountains, preparing for a second counterattack. After this battle, the original vigorous momentum of the Bloodline Tower was also extinguished. The two forces are once again in a situation where neither can do anything to the other. However, there is one thing that makes the Bloodline Tower feel uneasy, that is, the strength of the soul slaves of the Holy Tower seems to have been greatly reduced due to the long-term freezing. But as the release time passed, the strength of the soul slaves was slowly recovering. After all, would wizards really use some monsters with first and second rings as their background in war? The start should be on the second ring road. The 3 rings are at their limit. In the secret realm, Eli looked at Hydra in front of him and sighed. On the lawn not far away, Hydra was entangled, with a huge body that was 40 or 50 meters long. 3 snakeheads hissed, and 3 snakeheads had black eyes, 1 red, and 1 blue. With such a large number of soul slaves, Hydra's strength has improved very quickly. Eli sighed. He also didn't expect that Dus and the others would actually have inventory from the Wizarding era. These huge soul slaves were secretly transported away by the Bloodline House after death and came here. But one interesting thing is that although most of these monsters are only of the first and second rings, they used to be of the second and third rings. The essence of power must be very strong, and the nutrition is really sufficient. So Hydra experienced the fastest growth in this life. In just over 2 years, it has grown from the initial stage of the third ring to the limit of the third ring. In this way, Hydra, with the power of 3 elements and the power of devouring, is almost reaching the limit of Eli in the midterm, but that's it. There are no special encounters. However, if those monsters continue to grow, it will be troublesome. Eli thought about it. As a wizard, he naturally knew what the frozen monsters were like. At least the monsters some time ago were obviously stronger than before. If this continues, the Bloodline Tower will not be able to hold on. He has to do something. But I can't go out yet. Eli felt his spiritual power. At this time, it is almost 345 points, almost a little more than a year, but the elements that can be mobilized are almost 120 times, which is much stronger than before. Let's see how much worse it is. Eli took out the investment and calculated the possibility that he could defeat that half-step true spirit. 13. It has improved a bit, but it is still very unstable. So he can't show up yet, so this time only Hydra can take the shot. Thinking of this, Eli looked at Hydra and stretched out his hand. Feeling Eli's gaze, Hydra's body slowly shrunk, and then moved towards Eli, so that Eli's hand could just touch his head. Go to the mountains in the north and kill the core of the soul slave. Eli left a little mental power in Hydra's consciousness and ordered. Hiss. Hydra raised her head, her bright eyes blinked. In the next second, the two left the secret realm and came to Eli's wizard tower. Hydra's body turned into a large shadow, and then turned into a shadow, flying towards the sky, that speed far exceeded the ordinary 3 rings. Let the Holy Tower test your combat effectiveness. Eli watched as Hydra disappeared from sight before returning to the secret realm. In the secret realm, Hill was still dancing with branches. When will you be able to advance to the second ring? Eli looked at Hill and sighed. He overestimated the promotion speed of this tree. Compared with Hydra's promotion speed, Hill can be called a turtle speed, but Eli doesn't mind. After all, can you count on a tree? He had plenty of time anyway. Hydra should be able to buy him a lot of time. Chapter 281. Gada Gada. Hundreds of meters above the sky, a cloud of shadows flitted across the sky like a flying arrow, and countless birds moved away one after another, as if they had encountered something terrible. Hydra quickly passed through a large area on the west coast, and then entered the Blood Tower area in the north. Bloodline Tower. Everyone, the soul slaves of the Holy Tower are a big problem. Do you have any good solutions? Otherwise, it's not a good idea for us to go on. Viveka sat on the main seat, looking calmly at the dozen or so people sitting below. For hundreds of years, she has firmly grasped this power, and her power control is still at its peak. No one dares to disobey her, or even oppose her. My lord, I think we should choose a different path. The mountain range is really difficult for us to break through. At this moment, Rodan raised his head and said. At the beginning, he, Viveka and others were captured by Sergi, but before they could kill them, Sergi was easily killed by Eli, and after so many years of fighting, he was still alive. Inappropriate. As soon as Rodan finished speaking, some people objected. This mountain range is the last line of defense separating us from the Holy Tower. If you want to cross it, you can only follow the coastline, but the sea is much more dangerous than the land. Warlock said. Indeed. Viveka nodded. There is too much trouble in the sea. Okay. Rodan sighed and stopped talking. The others were also silent, and there were not many good ways to do it. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hey! Viveka looked at the gate in the distance, a little strange. This is the conference room, who will be here at this hour? Could it be that something big happened on the front line? Come in. Viveka said. The guards in the distance immediately opened the door, and then saw a warlock running in, came to Viveka's side, and said, Report to the tower owner, a powerful aura is approaching quickly in the south of the Bloodline Tower, and the aura even probably stronger than any Sergi I've ever met. What? Viveka jumped up, with a look of shock and anger. Comparable to Sergi's breath. Although Sergi has been dead for a long time, no one has forgotten this powerful warlock. He is the top warlock in the third ring. Even if it is in the two forces, there is probably no one who can fight against it. Sergi? Are you exaggerating? South. Why did it come at this time? Is it a conspiracy by the Holy Tower? The warlocks talked a lot, but their expressions were dignified. After all, no one knew what the purpose of this strange force was, so it couldn't be ignored. The same goes for Viveka, who has just thought up a plan and is about to talk about it. But in the next second, Viveka's eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds, and her body remained motionless. Everyone was a little confused by her sudden action and looked at her. After a few seconds, her eyes returned to calm, she waved her hand and said, Don't pay attention to that breath, let's continue the meeting. Ah! Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. I saw Viveka sitting down, then looked at everyone and said, Let's talk about how we will carry out the next round of attack, and how to attack the Holy Tower headquarters after breaking through the mountains. Everyone? Do you hear what you're saying? All the warlocks looked confused, but seeing Viveka's serious look, it didn't look like they were joking. Could it be that the one found helped them? We've reached the border of the Bloodline Tower. Above the sky, through Hydra's eyes, Eli looked around. Under his reminder, the journey through the main Bloodline Tower was smooth and unimpeded, and Hydra soon came to the boundary line between the Bloodline Tower and the mountains, the Saya Mountains. Looking at the continuous mountains in front of him, although he hadn't entered yet, whether it was the roar of beasts coming from time to time, or the breath of magical beasts one after another, it made Eli realize that in the future, he should not be too hasty. The next step is to kill those core monsters. Eli thought. But how to find it, he is not worried about it. Sneak in, Hydra. Eli ordered again. Gada. Hydra's figure slowly shrunk until it was almost the size of an ordinary snake, and the other two heads also slowly disappeared, then slowly landed on the ground, looked at the surrounding environment, and then followed the fallen leaves into the mountains. Not long. They encountered the first warcraft. A huge mountain demon bear, with grey eyes and about 2 rings in breadth, covered most of its body with cocky yellow rocks, almost 4 meters in length. At this time, Hydra was hiding in a big tree, observing the Earth Demon Bear. At this time, the Earth Demon Bear was leaning against a big tree, twisted together, most of its eyes were closed, leaving only a thread, but a large amount of earth elements gathered outside its body, indicating that even if it was resting, it was still very vigilant. Very smart. Eli smiled when he saw it. But although smart, it is still useless under the strength of Hydra. Coincidentally, they also need this devil bear to settle those core positions. Hydra, kill him! Eli ordered. Hydra's small body was hidden in the grass, and then quickly approached the Earth Demon Bear. Her small eyes lit up. This was also an interesting process for him. After all, since he was born, the few battles were only in the secret realm where Eli threw some monsters for him to fight. Slowly approaching the Earth Demon Bear, Hydra's body is also slowly expanding. With him as the center, countless shadows gradually spread and approach the Earth Demon Bear. In just a few seconds, shadows have surrounded the entire area. At this time, Hydra's body also expanded to nearly 1.20 meters, only 2 or 3 away from the Earth Demon Bear. The snake head raised, looked at the Earth Demon Bear, and opened its mouth. But at this time, the great Earth Demon Bear seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly opened his closed eyes, and then saw the big mouth that seemed to be like a black hole in his eyes. The Earth Demon Bear was stunned. It wanted to move, but its body couldn't move at all. When it looked down, it realized that its body was already entangled by a thick shadow. Roar, woo-woo. This time, the mouth was also sealed. Then the Earth Devil Bear saw Hydra's big mouth, and then gradually fell into darkness. Gata. Feeling that Hydra swallowed the Earth Demon Bear, his aura had slightly improved, but Eli didn't express anything. Just kidding, just a devil bear with a second ring, how could there be any accidents? And with the swallowing of the devil bear, the devouring rune in Hydra's core also slowly played a role, and the body of the Earth Devil Bear disintegrated bit by bit, but there were also some special blood colors appearing. It was a streak of blood. It is also the only connection between it and the core warcraft that controls it. It's enough to have this. Eli took a deep breath, and the few strands of mental power split in half, wrapped around the strand of blood, and then quickly consumed. At the same time, a faint connection was discovered by one person and one snake. Hydra, let's go for a big kill, and then return. Eli silently gave Hydra an order. At the same time, the remaining ray of mental power slowly dissipated. The mission of this ray of spiritual power has been completed, and the next step is to look at Hydra. Chapter 282. Gata. Feeling the disappearance of Eli's breath, Hydra suddenly froze in place. In the next second, his huge body began to turn over, and the other two snake heads also jumped out, turning around, as if looking for where Eli was. But it was not found. Gata. Hydra was a little confused. This was the first time he was away from Eli. From its birth to the present, it has always stayed by Eli's side. It wasn't until half an hour later that Hydra seemed to recover from the sadness, her eyes gradually became fierce, and the slightest connection in the air gradually became clear. As long as he swallowed all the bloody threads, he can return. Thinking of this, Hydra felt one of the bloodlines, a large number of shadows slowly appeared on the ground, and his body slowly merged into the shadows. Then in the shadows, the fast way forward. Hunting time. After a while, he arrived at the first destination. By a river. This is a river flowing in the mountains. The river extends from the north to the south. There is a large open space beside the river. At this time, a huge magic wolf is drinking water in the open space. The demon wolf is about 5 meters long, with silver fur, and there is a lightning-like mark on its head. Its aura is very strong, reaching the middle stage of the third ring. At this time, tens of meters away from him, there were dozens of monsters watching the wolf drinking water from a distance, not daring to move a step. Cuckoo. Looking at this scene, Demon Wolf is still very proud. When he woke up, who would have thought that the wizards of the past had disappeared, and there were only some weak warlocks. Although he was still a slave, at least he was on an ordinary battlefield, not a battlefield with other worlds. The world war is much more dangerous than this. He once participated in it as a slave of a wizard. It was a real meat grinder. In order to protect his homeland, the master of another world would really go all out. Even if he participated in that war, suffered a dozen fatal wounds. At least you can still enjoy a happy life every day. This is not what happiness is. Looking back at his men, he lowered his head to drink water again. Soon, it drank the water and was ready to leave. But when he turned his head, he froze. Where are his men? At this moment, in the open space by the bank, his original dozen or so subordinates all disappeared one by one, and now there is only one wolf on the crowded river bank. Woohoo! He immediately tensed up, and his body tensed up. Looking around the front, it seems to want to find out what happened. But in the next second, he seemed to feel something, and looked back suddenly. Behind him, the huge shadow was already like a wave, 5 or 6 meters high, and in the shadow, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him as if they were looking at a dead wolf. The magic wolf was stunned and was about to turn around and run away. But in the next second, he only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and when he looked down, his body had already fallen into the shadow, and it was getting deeper and deeper. Hoo! The wolf howled. After a few seconds, the howling disappeared. After the wolf died, Hydarum made a sound, then changed direction and continued to set off. At the same time, there is a place behind the mountain range, in a camp. This is the base of the holy tower in the mountains, responsible for the dispatch and combat of the entire warcraft, and here, the wizard Sanchel is in charge. At this time Sankir was in a tent, and not far from him was a shelf on which were hung a dozen bloody tokens. Suddenly, one of the tokens shattered, and the bloody token cracked one after another. Then, with a click, it shattered into pieces, and the pieces fell to the ground. Sanchir froze for a moment, then frowned. The tokens represent the cores of more than a dozen monsters they control. There is only one possibility of breaking them, and that is death. How is it possible, the monsters of the third ring, there is still something in this mountain range that can threaten them? Sanchir couldn't believe it, and shouted loudly. Every core has 3 rings. With this kind of strength, what will happen in the wild to die? Could it be that the bloodline tower sneaked in? Impossible. Sanchel shook his head. This is unlikely. Even if that is the case, how can they find the core? Is that really an accident? Thornwell can only attribute the reason to this conjecture in the end. But he still had to investigate, he thought for a while, and prepared to get up. But in the next second, another token shattered on the shelf with a click. Sanchel's eyes widened, staring at the shelf. Grunt. His throat moved slightly, 2 of them disappeared in such a short time. What happened? At this moment, he realized that something was wrong. No, I'll wait. Sanchir thought. Waiting a few minutes, he wants to see if it happens again. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, with another click, another token shattered. The corner of Sanchir's mouth twitched, already realizing that there was a big problem, and it was a problem he didn't know. Do nothing. He immediately ran to the shelf, took more than a dozen tokens in his hand, and ordered all the core monsters to gather towards the camp, and brought their subordinates with them. After giving the order, Sanchir was relieved. In this way, it should be no problem. I just don't know what it is, but it actually killed 2 cores. As long as the monsters gather together, can this bastard who doesn't know whether it's a human or a beast can directly rush into their camp and kill more than a dozen cores? Hee. Thinking of this, Sanchel was a little happy. Although this mountain range is a small mountain range, even so, when the monsters are scattered everywhere and want to return, it still takes time, and this time may still cause problems. Sanchir waited silently. 5 minutes later. A token is broken again. Another 10 minutes later, another one broke. Another 5 minutes. This time, there was finally a core of the 3 rings returning, which made Sanchir heave a sigh of relief. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Sankiel looked at the remaining 8 tokens, and the corners of his mouth twitched. There are a dozen or so, and only half of them are left at this time. Fortunately, the Warcraft cores had already arrived at the camp. Thinking of this, Sanchir walked out of the tent slowly. Outside the tent, 8 monsters with 3 rings were standing on the ground, as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Sanchir with the token come out, the monsters looked over one by one and let out a roar. Is this what's left? Sankir's heart bleeds, you know, they almost lost several cores in such a short period of time, but fortunately, as long as there is one left, they can control the others. He looked out of the camp. The camp is located on a mountain peak. At this time, from the mountainside to the bottom of the mountain, it has been completely occupied by monsters. The initial estimate is that there are thousands of monsters. There are still many monsters still on the way. Sanchal was completely relieved. So what happened to them? But doubts arose again. Sanchal frowned, and there seemed to be a shadow in the corner of his eyes. Shadow? Isn't it daytime? Where did the shadow come from? Sanchal was stunned, and looked down. At this time, all the trees, including the rocks, outside the entire mountain, had been covered by thick shadows at some point, like a dark ocean. Shadows are always accompanied by the unknown and fear, and Sanchal's mood is the same, but fortunately, there are still thousands of monsters, there are monsters gathered here and some of their people, his fear is not too strong. Is it the culprit who killed the monster? He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. At this time, when all the monsters saw the shadow, they seemed to feel a kind of extreme cold and felt uneasy. They roared one after another, and several three-ringed monsters also stood up, as if they sensed something, and looked towards the opposite mountain. It is not a high mountain, but the top of the mountain is a big tree tens of meters high, lush. At this time, a large shadow enveloped the entire tree, and the shadow seemed to flow. A huge body gradually enveloped the tree, and in the shadow, Hydra's body slowly emerged from the shadow. The huge body is wrapped around the big tree, and the dark body is like an abyss. Hydra's three heads look at the camp, staring at the 7 or 8 monsters, as if looking at prey. For a moment, the hearts of everyone in Warcraft trembled. Chapter 283. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? This breath is too scary, it doesn't feel like it belongs to the third ring. So many shadows, it's outrageous. In the camp, all the warlocks stared, terrified in their hearts. The monster in front of them did not belong to them, but its aura was ridiculously high. Every monster is not much better. The weak monster even trembled a little, and even the 3 rings stared at Hydra, as if they didn't understand when such a powerful monster came. What exactly is this? Sanchal stood on the ground, looking at the giant snake on the opposite mountain. He could even clearly see the giant snake's icy eyes, as well as the huge snake-like and shadow-like body wrapped around the big tree. Although the body is tens of meters tall, Sanchal only felt the oppressive feeling when he met Lord Clay, but it is definitely not as strong as Lord Clay, but compared to the 3-ring limit he has seen be strong. This feeling, shadow. Sanchal's heart beat faster, but looking at the shadows spreading around him, he inexplicably thought of someone. Herman. It's also a shadow, and it appeared on the battlefield of the two forces, and the core of the Warcraft was killed, as if the purpose was to release their control of the soul slaves. It's hard not to remind him of that man. But now is not the time to think about these things, they have to get through this difficulty first. That's not right. Sanchal suddenly turned his consciousness and looked at the monsters all over the mountains and plains. At this time, apart from the 8 cores, there are 20 other 3 rings, and their people, plus him, 2 3 rings, and several thousand monsters. What is he afraid of? It should be that the giant snake is afraid. Sanchal's mood gradually recovered. Taking out the token, his will gradually passed through the token towards the 7 or 8 cores, and then used it as the core to pass over the entire group of monsters. His will also brought about the revival of the monsters, and each of the monsters also recovered their will, revealing their bloodthirsty instincts, which is another function of the token. A characteristic of soul slaves, absolute obedience. 7 or 8 3-ring monsters flew into the sky, and then flew towards Hydra. The strong force drove the surrounding elements, and more than a dozen monsters attacked together. Gata. Hydra watched this scene, a playful expression flashed in his dark eyes. The body stretched out, the huge body turned into a shadow, and then rushed towards the monster. Boom! 7 or 8 3 rings collided with the shadow, as if dividing the two halves of the space. Sanchal stood on the mountain, watching this scene, feeling nervous. In the next second, the shadow doubled in size instantly, like a black hole. The attacks of 7 or 8 monsters were swallowed directly, and even 3 of the monsters were not swallowed in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 beasts showed instinctive fear in their eyes, and turned to run away, but in the next second, Hydra's huge body had arrived and swallowed the monster directly. Gata. After devouring such a large number of monsters, Hydra made a sound of Gata, seemingly satisfied. But he didn't forget his purpose. The master wanted him to kill all the cores, and the cores were on the mountain at this time, so in just a second, he rushed towards the mountain where Sanchar was. Grunt. Watching the scene of the monster being devoured, Sanchel's back was drenched in cold sweat. He has clearly recognized a problem. The giant snake in front of him is ridiculously strong. They may not be able to beat. Now let's see if the quantity can stop it. Stop him! Sanchel ordered the next second. The huge army of soul slaves rushed towards Hydra without fear. Facing the monster, Hydra stopped, and the three snake heads raised high at the same time. At the same time, a shadowy black light, a blue ice, and a scorching fire spewed out. The three heads each attack in one direction, like a world-destroying monster. The demonic beasts on the main side were directly melted in the shadows, while the flames were burned to ashes, leaving a black scorched ground, and the ice directly left a path of ice, freezing the demonic beasts. The attack lasted for more than 10 seconds, and by the time the attack was over, thousands of monsters had been killed or injured. This. Sanchel's mouth twitched. 3 elemental attacks, what kind of monster is this? But now is not the time to think about these things. Sanchura looked at the token in his hand, then at the monster under his eyes, and then made a decision. All monsters, run in 3 waves. Sanchel deeply understood that they might not be able to kill the monsters in front of them today, so let's run. As long as one runs out, they can still control these soul slaves. Although thousands of people died, there are still tens of thousands in the mountains. He suddenly regretted why he didn't save them from gathering together before. Maybe there was still a chance, but it was impossible. With so many monsters gathering for a long time, even food was a big problem. The monsters that received the order quickly divided into 3 pairs, and then flew in different directions. Sanchel, including other wizards, immediately followed, and he randomly selected a wave of 3 monsters. Gata! Looking at the monsters divided into 3 waves, Hydra let out a roar. Sanchel turned his head to look while flying. The 2 heads next to Hydra's shadow head began to separate slowly, and in the shadow, a snake of fire element and ice snake composed of fire element and ice element appeared. Hydra chased Sanchur, and the other 2 giant snakes flew in 2 other directions. Sanchel is already numb at this time. What kind of monster is this? Is it so outrageous? But looking at Hydra who was about to catch up, Sanchel also knew that they had no chance, so he turned his head and stopped, and the other warlocks and monsters also stopped. Since you can't run, you can only fight. Sanchel's eyes were firm, and then everyone rushed towards Hydra. At this time, the sun was setting, and the brilliant sunset shone on the faces of many monsters and people, reflecting their tragic expressions. Sanchel took the lead, and the whole body was full of thunder. In the next second, the shadow passed by. Sanchel was swallowed in one gulp. Hydra shook her head, and seemed a little puzzled why this human being had such an emotional expression. As a synthetic beast, his emotions are not as abundant as normal monsters. All he has are basic emotions and his loyalty and love for Eli. It seems too complicated, Hydra is not thinking, but looking at other monsters. His eyes were cold. 10 minutes later, Hydra was entrenched on the mountain, and the fire snake and ice snake returned at the same time in the distance, and then merged into his body, and the 2 heads slowly appeared on both sides again. He looked around, and at this time the monsters had already dispersed. With the death of the last few core monsters, their bondage has been broken, and they are free again, unless someone can reconnect their broken connection, but that is difficult, at least no warlock can do it. Hydra could hear countless beast roars erupting in the mountains. Their carnival began, and at this moment, the defense line of the holy tower was shattered at this moment. And Hydra is in a happy mood. The task is completed, you can go back to find the master. His body shrank slowly, turned into a shadow, and flew into the sky. Go back the same way, very fast. Like a child in a hurry to get home. Chapter 284. My lord, do you think it would be too hasty for Master Viveka to ask us to gather here? A first ring warlock asked the second ring warlock beside him, his tone full of puzzlement. I don't understand either. My lord should have her own ideas. John shook his head. He looked around and saw how many Tower of Blood warlocks gathered together, at least several thousand, and in front of them were the continuous peaks of the Saya Mountains, which had blocked their progress for decades pace of. They tried to rush into it countless times, but they were all blocked by the Soul Slave Legion of the Holy Tower. The huge number of legions made them suffer, and the breakthrough was naturally unsuccessful. Just today, Viveka suddenly signed a document, and a large number of warlocks were summoned here. No one knows why, and no one knows what they are up to. The news they received had to wait. Wait for the opportunity. But where is there any chance here? Do you expect the soul slave army to disband by itself? John is puzzled. In fact, this is also the place where most warlocks are unhappy. After all, they are suddenly called out from home, and then they come to the mountain range, just waiting, and they don't even know how long it takes. It's strange for them to feel comfortable. But no one dared to express it. After all, Viveka's reputation was too high. And behind her stood the strongest person in the bloodline tower, He-Man. However, it is foreseeable that if there is really no result, Viveka will definitely be criticized by many people. Why? John shook his head and said nothing more. He closed his eyes and was about to rest for a while, when suddenly, a loud noise woke him up. A warlock ran over quickly, shouting to each other as he ran, "Some of the monsters inside the Saya Mountains have rioted." All eyes were on him. Riot? How could there be riots? John was confused, and then he glanced out of the corner of his eye, and seemed to see a shadow passing by like a black light in the sky, flying towards the south without stopping. Then, another warlock ran over. All the monsters in the Saya Mountains seem to have rioted and lost control. They are scurrying wildly, leaving the mountains, and fleeing into the distance. The messages one by one made John a little confused. He looked around, but he still didn't understand what happened. But in the next second, he heard the roar of beasts coming from the exit of the mountain in the distance. The roars of various monsters were mixed together, and some sporadic monsters ran out. They were the soul slave army. Just as John wanted to do something, the commanding warlock at the front ordered everyone to stay put, so he could only wait there. For the next 3 hours, John stood there, watching the outrageous scene. Santa's defense line ran away by itself. Has the Holy Tower Soul Slave Legion really disbanded itself? Why? John was confused, and that shadow suddenly flashed through his mind. Is it an adult? But obviously there is not enough time for him to think, because the commanding warlock has already issued an order. The whole army is attacking. New calendar year 3780. With the death of the core warcraft, the defense line of the Saya Mountains in the Santa Tower will be self-defeating. On the same day, the warlocks who had been ordered by Viveka rushed into the mountains, occupied this area, and built outposts. They also found the Holy Tower camp hidden in the mountains. It's just a camp that has been destroyed. When the original warlocks arrived there, they are said to have stayed where they were. Pangda is above the mountain peak. From the top to the bottom of the mountain, it is almost covered by dead monsters, and the 3 shadows, flames, and ice roads still exist in the mountain peak. Through the ice, the warlock who arrives can even see the state of warcraft and holy warlocks when they were frozen. Thousands of warlocks stopped blankly. No one knows what happened to these monsters and warlocks. However, the breath of a dead monster was detected nearby, which also made everyone understand that this should be the main reason for the fleeing of the monster. A thing that doesn't know whether it is a person or a thing will kill them here. Simply outrageous. At the meeting, Rodan stood up abruptly and listened to Viveka's achievements, this time with a look of surprise. The people from the Bloodline Tower have been in the mountains for a day, and the basic situation has been clarified. This is the first meeting after the war, but it is not reasonable to say that it is after the war. They should not have encountered any obstacles at all. This is the report on all the battles this time. What are your opinions? Viveka ignored Rodan, put away the documents, and looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They don't know what to say? In fact, they still haven't figured out what happened. It took a full minute before someone slowly raised his hand and asked, "My lord, can I ask a question?" "Ask." Viveka replied. "Did that black shadow solve the soul slave's core?" Warlock asked. In fact, many people have already thought of what happened in the last meeting. It seems that many of Viveka's decisions were made after that shadow. Yet. Viveka nodded. Really? I knew it had something to do with that aura. It's too scary, and it can solve everything with one. The warlocks talked a lot, as if a doubt in their hearts had finally been answered. Could it be Lord Herman? He has indeed shown up for a long time. Then the warlock continued to ask. No. Viveka replied. No. Warlock frowned, knowing that there was a shadow in the battlefield. He thought it was the adults who made a move. It's really not the teacher who made the move this time. Viveka glanced at everyone, and then said. This time, it's a small pet raised by an adult. Oh, not adults. Before the warlock could react, his eyes widened instantly in the next second, and his voice trembled even more, almost screaming, Master Viveka, do you think it's your pet? Not only the warlock, but other warlocks also stared wide-eyed. Pet. One pet broke through the defense line that has troubled us for a long time, and killed thousands of monsters. Just kidding, there are dozens of 3 rings. Warlocks are completely confused. They couldn't imagine how strong a pet could have such a record. Moreover, pets are so strong, so how strong is an adult? Your lord is really amazing. After half an hourglass, someone realized it, and choked out a sentence for a long time. Others joined in. Viveka looked at this scene and shook her head. She is also very confused. Eli's message that day told her what it was. At first she wondered if she was going to do some sabotage. But who would have thought that it would be destroyed directly? Adult pets are so strong. What about her? How much more can she help adults? All I can do is to manage everything for the teacher. Viveka's eyes became firm again. She was not an indecisive person in the first place. The teacher is very strong, isn't that normal? Chapter 285. Sanchel is dead, the soul slave is gone, and the line of defense is broken. In the distant Holy Tower headquarters, in a room. The room is not big, the windows and doors are closed, the windows are covered, and the alchemy lamp is turned off, making the room very dark, and in this dim room, a man is sitting on the sofa blankly. His eyes were dull, and he stared at the front without moving, and there was still a scattered document scattered around his hand. It's gone, it's gone. Dus just kept muttering this sentence. It lasted a full 10 minutes before his gaze slowly recovered, but it was still sad. He didn't understand how this could happen. It's fine if tens of thousands of monsters disperse and don't react, but dozens of 3-ringed monsters, thousands of monsters, and warlocks are all dead, and they don't even have time to escape. Si was collapsed at this moment. As the more radical faction of the Time Hourglass, he spent a lot of effort to finally release the Time Hourglass, and then worked hard to win the big cake on the west coast. It is almost 100 years now. But what did he gain? The Holy Tower, whose territory is getting smaller and smaller, has failed again and again? So where did it all start? It seems that this is the first time he heard of Herman's name, or after meeting the Bloodline Tower. It is obviously such a small force, but every time it can defeat one force after another that is bigger than them, in just a few hundred years, from a low-level force with only 1 or 2/3 rings, to now it can suppress them power. But this time, he took out his few stocks and failed. And his right-hand man Sanchel also died in it. Why? Dus sighed deeply. But he can't let go. He has paid too much, and he has no chance to stop. If he really gave up everything and went back to the hourglass of time, it would be impossible to be the same as before. Those old-fashioned factions who were already very dissatisfied with him would not let him go. He had only one choice, to keep fighting. Moreover, he is not without cards. He still has the last whole card, that is Master Clay, a half-step true spirit powerhouse who failed to break through the true spirit. However, I need to wait for an opportunity, that is, wait for them all to show up, and then deal with them all at once. Dus slowly stood up, regaining his fighting spirit. Is there anything I can't lose? He gritted his teeth. At this moment, he thought of the huge amount of wealth he had accumulated and some resources and contacts of Time Hourglass. Maybe he could stand up again without the need of Mr. Clay. This time, he will put all his eggs in one basket. Only succeed, not fail. Good job. In the secret realm, Hydra rubbed against Eli's hand, as if acting like a baby. Eli smiled. Hydra did better than he thought, and in terms of combat effectiveness, Hydra is really not bad. He accidentally created a great synthetic beast. After touching Hydra's head, Eli walked towards the laboratory. Next up is Viveka. He is not strong enough. Watching Eli leave, Hydra opened her eyes wide and followed immediately. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, under the leadership of Viveka, the Bloodline Tower quickly cleared up the remnants of the Holy Tower in the Saya Mountains, and sent a large number of personnel to garrison it. After stabilizing, Viveka didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he chose to hold his hand and continue to stabilize this front. This stability lasted for 3 full years. In the past 3 years, the Bloodline Tower has stepped over the Saya Mountains for the first time and arrived at the area of the Holy Tower. A new war has broken out. At the exit of the mountain range, the Bloodline Tower encountered an unprecedented resistance. The Holy Tower's offensive was much stronger than anyone imagined. In the first round of attack, the Bloodline Tower not only failed to take advantage, but was completely at a disadvantage. The attack lasted for 3 days and ended with the retreat of the Bloodline Tower. This is thanks to Viveka's decision to stay stable for a few years, otherwise maybe after this battle, even the Holy Tower will almost attack and enter the Saya Mountains again. At that time, it will not be as simple as retreating. And the battle on this front lasted beyond everyone's imagination. 20 years later. Mountain exit. Kill. The warlock from the Bloodline Tower roared and looked at the front line of defense. In the distance, a high wall has been formed. At this time, thousands of holy warlocks above are constantly attacking, trying to stop their attack this time, just like the past 20 years. No one expected that this tough battle would last for 20 years. Although a battle may only break out once in a few months, it is too long. Hey, but this time, Master Viveka said that there will be reinforcements. The warlock was thinking. Suddenly, he felt a shadow covering him. He looked sideways. Just tens of meters away from him, there is a huge figure. With a length of nearly 100 meters and shadows around its body, 3 huge snake heads stood up high, calmly looking at the Holy Tower defense line in front, and its aura was even bigger. That's it. The warlock was dumbfounded. Is this the reinforcements? But before he could react, he saw 3 shadows, flames, and ice ejected from the 3 heads of the huge giant snake at the same time, and then rushed towards the high wall. With an unstoppable momentum, the 3-headed giant snake hit the high wall. Then the high wall broke. The sorcerer stared blankly. Looking at the giant snake that had rushed into the enemy's rear at this time, and the 3 attack marks that were tens of meters long, his brain was buzzing. He seemed to have seen this scene before. That was in the Holy Tower camp 20 years ago. Is this giant snake a reinforcement? Warlock's eyes flashed puzzled, but it didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that they finally broke through this line of defense. The new calendar is 3,804 years. Eli sent Hydra, and the Tower of Blood broke through the defense line of the Holy Tower. The Bloodline Tower has finally entered the core area of the Holy Tower. A new war continues. The sudden breakthrough made Santa very confused, but they also quickly organized a new counterattack, and a tug of war began on a new battlefield. It was clear to all that this war was going to be long. Because this war will determine the final fate of the 2 forces. For Santa, if they fail, they will lose everything, but there may be a chance. For the Bloodline Tower, if they fail, they will lose a great opportunity. If they win, they will become the only big power in the central and southern parts of the West Coast. Eli is also paying attention to this war. At this time, his mental power had reached 365, his own multiplier had reached 150 times, and the winning rate of Destiny Dice over Clay had reached 15 points. Time passed little by little. The 2 forces chose to consume at the same time, and Dus also used a lot of means, but none of them could stop the decline of the Holy Tower, and could only watch the situation get worse. That's it, 20 years later. The Bloodline Tower finally came to the front of the Holy Tower. The Holy Tower has also been unable to retreat. Both sides are waiting. The next match will be the last battle. Armageddon is coming. Chapter 286. Santa. As the strongest force heading to the West Coast, they occupy the most prosperous land with the most resources on the West Coast. Even the headquarters, the prosperity is not comparable to other places. Not to mention the huge headquarters like a city, which can carry hundreds of thousands of people for survival, and the wizard towers standing in the city are as many as several thousand, like weather vanes. And the most magnificent of these buildings is the tower in the center of the Holy Tower. Occupying dozens of acres, with a height of up to 300 meters, the exterior uses white stones that can increase blood cohesion. From the outside, it looks like a white holy tower, emitting a shining light. At this time, the light was at the top, and 2 people were standing. One is fat and the other is normal, one is wearing a wizard robe covered with hourglasses, and the other is a tight-fitting warlock robe. The 2 do not communicate with each other, just standing quietly. Dus' eyes were gloomy, and he suddenly said, "Urs, what chance do you think we have?" "It depends on how much you can do." Urs shook his head, his face full of helplessness, it may be difficult for our people to win this war, not to mention other things, that is the three-headed giant snake, we can't solve it either. Three-headed giant snake. Dus thought. He has also been to the front line, and he has also seen that giant snake on the front line of fighting. Really strong, ridiculously strong. Not only does it have 3 elemental abilities, but its huge body is almost composed of elements, and it is difficult for their people to cause substantial damage to him, so these years have also caused huge troubles for them. And according to the news he got, the giant snake was actually Herman's pet. How strong is Herman? In fact, he had never seen this person before. Since the Battle of Unu Lake, this person seemed to have disappeared without any trace. No matter how critical the situation is, he doesn't show up. He's as cunning as a groundhog. Otherwise, he would have asked Master Clay to kill Herman, and then take advantage of the situation to clean up the Tower of Blood. The abominable thing is that this person doesn't show up, but there are all kinds of support all the time, keeping them in a passive state, and the accumulation of disadvantages year after year has made the situation what it is now. Even they have no way to retreat. URS, do you regret it? Suddenly, Dus turned to look at URS. I have no regrets, it's just my own choice, and I'm responsible for my choice. Dur's eyes were calm, as if it wasn't the holy tower that was about to be destroyed. Okay. Dus smiled. This holy pagoda master subdued by him is more decisive than he thought. He patted URS on the shoulder and said with a smile, you don't need to worry, Lord Clay will come for the final battle. And it's a decisive battle. Most of the senior officials like Vivica will show up at that time. If Herman doesn't show up, then he will lose his subordinates. If he shows up, he will die together with those people. Dus's laughter came to his ears, and URS nodded, but the trace of sadness between his brows was not resolved. He sighed deeply, and continued. I hope so. Eli shook the dice, and the golden fate dice shone with strange colors, and the surroundings seemed to be shaking like golden threads. He had forgotten how many times he had used this divination like witchcraft. It seems to have been hundreds of years, and his lifespan consumed by just this witchcraft may have reached about 7 or 8,000 years, which is nearly 10 times his existing lifespan, which also makes the fate dice a little special. The dice kept spinning, and it took 10 minutes for the dice to stop. 17. Seeing the number, Eli puts away the dice. Another 20 years and 2 more points. This Clay is indeed very strong, is he going to make a move? After all, this battle is too important. Although the winning rate is a bit low, it is not unacceptable. Oh, by the way, my silver eye is also on the 3rd level, and this should increase a little bit. If I'm cursing, and there's that witchcraft, it shouldn't be a problem. Eli thought. He would insist on using the silver eye every day, and he was already at the level of the 3rd ring. Then there is the curse. To be honest, it's not a big homework, because for low levels, maybe a name is enough, but for high levels, more clues are needed, and he doesn't even know Clay's full name. It doesn't do much, but it's better than nothing. Of course, he also has a trump card. Can Soul Blade kill Clay? Eli rolled the dice again. 20 o'clock. Eli's eyes lit up, and he understood. After 500 years of accumulation, it is time for this witchcraft to see the light. Time passed little by little, and the tense atmosphere spread little by little. In the Tower of Blood, under the command of Vivica, huge resources were mobilized. Tens of thousands of wizards have crossed the Saya Mountains, arrived at the area of the Holy Tower, and gathered towards the Holy Tower. Even the few airships are heading north. Behind the Legion, there is a long supply of resources, which is hundreds of kilometers long, like a long dragon. On the other hand, the Holy Tower has also abandoned all external forces at this time, and all the warlocks have gathered in the main city of the Holy Tower, and the remaining resources have been taken out without reservation, preparing for the final decisive battle. Compared to the Bloodline Tower, they couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, they are desperate, and the threat to the Bloodline Tower is much greater than usual. Winter is approaching. At this time, on the battlefield between the Holy Tower and the Bloodline Tower, hundreds of thousands of people have gathered here. There are huge crowds of people, and even if there is a blank period in the middle, you can still see the oppressive momentum on the opposite side. At this time, inside the Bloodline Tower camp, dozens of warlocks were sitting in a tent and having a small meeting. Those who can come here must be the 3rd ring, and the most core position is Vivica, who is in the late stage of the 3rd ring, and Nicholas is next to her. As the absolute core of the bloodline tower, the two have this qualification. How many people from the Holy Tower have come? Viveka asked. Back to the Tower Master, there are nearly 100,000 wizards and tens of thousands of monsters outside the Holy Tower. They even pulled up the monsters used for transportation. Luo Danhui reported. At this time, the heart of the knight was gone, and he was completely at ease with the Tower of Blood. Yet. Viveka nodded. 100,000 is not too much. After all, most of them are written at the apprentice level. Officially, there are 10,000 to 20,000 people. However, it seems that they really plan to put all their hopes here. The battle is on. My lord, we are sure of victory in this war. Not only do we have the upper hand, but also Lord Hydra is here. Really? Master Hydra is so strong. I really don't know how strong Lord Herman is. I really haven't shown up for many years. A warlock broke the silence, and the atmosphere immediately eased. Don't be careless, there is still an hourglass behind the Holy Tower, and no one knows what accidents will happen. Nicholas said, the breath of the undead shocked everyone. At this time, they also realized that it was too early for them to be happy. Nicholas is right, you can underestimate the Holy Tower, but you can't relax about the hourglass of time. Viveka nodded. However, it seems that the subject of the time hourglass is not interested in the Holy Tower, so there is a high probability that the Holy Tower will not show up in this war. You need to worry about this. Besides, the teacher told me that when necessary, he will make a move. What? Lord Herman will make a move? No way. The warlocks exclaimed, after all, Eli really hasn't shown up for a long time. Well, let's leave it like this, release the news, 3 days later, we will launch a decisive battle. Viveka looked at everyone with sharp eyes. Yes. The wizards nodded. This war is finally coming to an end. 3 days, so arrogant. In the Holy Tower, Dus slapped the news from the front on the table, then raised his head and looked around. There were also more than a dozen warlocks, all of whom were high-level members of the Bloodline Tower. How's the preparation going? Dus asked. It's almost there, everyone who can come is here. Urs said aside. Okay. Dus nodded. If you have any other ideas, you can tell them now, and let's see if we have missed anything. He looked at everyone and asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. In fact, the situation of Santa is obvious to all, and it is really bad. They don't even see much hope of victory. Whether it's basic strength or high-end combat power, they are much worse than the Bloodline Tower. And there is the giant snake named Hydra, which makes everyone feel terrified. Even ordinary warlocks with the limit of 3 rings are no match. It's okay, you can say whatever you think. Seeing that no one spoke, Dus frowned. Was his momentum so low? I have an idea. Suddenly, a warlock raised his hand. Udo. Urs looked at the man beside him, it was his student Udo. Let's talk. Dus glanced at the two of them, and then said. Can I not participate in the war? Udo gritted his teeth and said. In fact, since this war broke out, he has been doing logistics work, and he is unwilling to fight the Tower of Blood. As a student of Urs, he also has this right, but now, it is time to have to fight moment. For the Holy Tower, this is the place where he grew up, and for the Tower of Blood, Herman also saved his life several times. He is also very tangled and complicated, so he said that. No fighting. The smile on Dus's face slowly faded. Udo, what are you talking about? Urs slapped the table heavily, stood up, and angrily said to Udo, what time is this? You are so cowardly, come and put him in the prison. Immediately, 2 guards came and grabbed Udo, but Udo didn't resist, and Dus didn't say a word until he was pulled out. My lord, he is not sensible yet. Seeing Udo being pulled out, Urs said to Dus. Oh, it's okay, you're young. Dus shook his head. He stood up slowly, looked at the crowd and said, everyone, we will not lose this war. Master Clay of the Time Hourglass has arrived, he is a half-step true spirit, and he will help us by then, killing Viveka and Hydra. The war is over and we will have everything back. Half-step true spirit. Hourglass of Time, Clay. The warlocks were a little frightened by this sudden change, but their eyes lit up when they heard the news. Half-step true spirit? Although I don't quite understand this level, what Tingdus means is the level that can end this war. Everyone's originally depressed mood was restored at once. Finally it's their turn. Get ready, everyone. 3 days later, it's time for you to show your loyalty to the Holy Tower. Dus said with a smile. The Holy Tower must win. Must win. 3 days later, early in the morning. The sun has not yet risen, and the world is still in a delicate state. Although it was summer, the temperature on the battlefield seemed to have frozen. Between the two sides, the buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard quietly, and everything seemed to be still. Hum. 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 The horn sounded from the side of the Bloodline Tower, and the sound of the horn from the Wizard era became more and more urgent, as if to bring everyone back to that terrifying era. Vivica was floating above the sky. At this time, Nicholas, Rodan, and many other three rings stood beside him, and the army belonging to the Bloodline Tower was under his feet. Tens of thousands of warlocks gathered together, and the whole ground looked like a black ocean. As for the monsters, they were also bound at the forefront of the camp, and they would be the front line of the battle. And among them, there is also a huge three-headed giant snake, Hydra. Hydra's huge body stands in it, the body is upright, with a height of tens of meters, and there are a lot of shadows wrapped around the body, so that the warlocks dare not approach. A decisive battle, so nervous. With Lord Hydra here, we can definitely win. Santa is definitely not our opponent. On the ground, the warlocks held their weapons and stared at the Holy Tower warlocks in the distance. The smell of death. Nikolai took a deep breath, but of course he got nothing. Undead are always accompanied by death, but there is no doubt that today will be an unprecedented large-scale battle. There will be many dead people, but as long as he does not die, he will become stronger again, and such an opportunity, if it is himself, may hard to own. He glanced at the ocean like undead in the sky, they were his accumulation, but today he released them without reservation, just so that he can maximize his strength today. I hope you don't die. Luodan was trembling. He was timid, otherwise he wouldn't have run away when he saw Herman. This level of war, even if he is the third ring, is very dangerous. I hope the master can come. Alice stood beside Vivica, expecting in her heart. At this time, she was already in the third ring, but when he looked at the Holy Tower camp on the opposite side, he still felt a palpitation. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it must be the Holy Tower's backer. Time passed little by little. A ray of light appeared, and everyone looked at it, and on the horizon, a round sun slowly rose, exuding a warm light, dispelling the cold of the night. At this time, in the sky, Vivica's voice also spread throughout the battlefield. Kill. Chapter 287. Kill. The killing intent was as cold as the autumn wind, and with the slightest bit of coldness spreading throughout the battlefield, the huge Bloodline Tower Legion was instantly mobilized, like a giant beast in motion. Kill. Tens of thousands of warlocks and monsters roared, and countless roars joined together, and countless wizards rushed towards the Holy Tower like a stream of steel. In the process of running, blood-colored beams of light burst out vigorously, and the weak blood power of the warlocks was mobilized one after another, like streams converging into the sea. The blood is hazy, and the power of the blood is like a beast, roaring and rushing towards the Holy Tower. Seeing this horrible scene, many Holy Tower warlocks even trembled slightly, each heart trembled. Master Clay is here. Above the sky of the Holy Tower, Dus looked at this scene and was also a little moved. It's really hard to imagine that the Tower of Bloodlines has really grown to such an extent, but fortunately, there are still adults here today. It's really scary. Dur's eyes were serious. Such a scene was the only one he had ever seen in his life. Kill. Dus also flew into the sky, surrounded by countless blue and purple thunder and lightning, the air fluctuated slightly, and the momentum was like a rainbow, like a thunderbird, covering a corner of the sky. Kill. The warlock of the Holy Tower heard the sound and also moved. The first to dispatch is the huge army of monsters in front. These monsters are the best meat shields, and the front line composed of nearly 10,000 monsters is like this. The same wall generally moves forward. Even the lowest monsters are usually at least 2 to 3 meters long. Therefore, when these monsters advance together, even the whole ground trembles, accompanied by flying dust. And after this monster cavalry, it was only the charging Holy Tower warlock, who also activated the Witch Array, allowing the elements to fully wrap each warlock, and burst out with stronger power. Boom! On the battlefield, the bloodlines of the warlocks have been stimulated to the extreme, and the bloodshot eyes of many warlocks have already covered their eyes. In this environment, the killing factor in the bloodlines of the warlocks is very easy to be aroused. The distance of a few kilometers is not worth mentioning to Warcraft and Warlock. Two torrents of warlocks started from both sides and converged toward the center. Behind the Holy Tower warrior, Urs took a deep breath, and the gushing flames immediately engulfed him. This man was like a ball of flames, and in his hand, appeared an iron rod with dark lines all over it. Boom! Flames spewed out from under him, and like a meteor, he was the first to collide with the Legion of the Bloodline Tower. Flames from the sky fell like lava, and he swung the iron rod in his hand like an ancient demon. In an instant, dozens of warlocks were burned to ashes by the flames. There is a gap in the corner of the battle line. Stop! But before Urs could do it again, a huge grey hand appeared, extinguished the flames, and then grabbed him. Nicola is here! Countless undead wailed around, and the breath of death was lingering. He drew Urs towards the sky, and the two men began to fight. Ha 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 ha, let's have a big fight! Watching this scene, the sky burst into laughter. On the other side, Dus who flew into the sky looked towards the distant core of the Holy Tower. The thunder and lightning all over the sky condensed, as if its appearance changed into a thunderbird. Accompanied by a terrifying scream, Dus' eyes were firm, and he rushed towards the Bloodline Tower camp, and the target was very direct. It was the warlock headed by Vivica. Go to hell, Vivica! Dus' speed was extremely fast, as if it was a real thunder and lightning. Like a bolt of lightning piercing the space, he rushed directly towards Vivica. Seeing this scene, Vivica was also ready immediately. The wind element flowed down her shoulders like a cloak, and then turned into wings on the back shoulders. A silver longbow appeared in his hand, the whole body was silvery white, covered with complex and beautiful patterns, but the bowstring was empty, as if there was nothing there. Vivica held the bow in her left hand and pulled it with her right hand. As if a real bowstring appeared, the huge wind element gathered and turned into a wind element arrow, and then rushed towards Dus with the power of wind and thunder. The sharp arrow pierced the air and collided with Dus. To everyone's surprise, they saw that Lake Wang soared, swallowing Lake Wang in an instant. Vivica, if you have this strength today, then die here. Lake Wang was even faster, rushing towards Vivica. Damn it, is it that strong? Protect Lord Vivica. Come on. Beside Vivica, several three-ring warlocks were shocked when they saw this scene, and they immediately surrounded Vivica, ready to fight. Better than Sergi. Vivica's eyes widened too. Dus has always had a chubby image outside, but in fact he rarely makes shots. Even Vivica didn't expect him to be so powerful. Her attack just now, under the blessing of the witch weapon, was an attack that did not fall below the limit of the third ring. But she didn't panic because... in the next second, from the corner of Vivica's vision, a huge figure flew out. The huge shadow body is hundreds of meters long, with 3 snake heads raised, and each eye exudes the power of different elements. Hydra, who has never taken the initiative, also made a move. Master Hydra is doing it. It's safe. Beside Vivica, several warlocks breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down a lot. Although Dus is very strong, it is definitely not enough in front of Lord Hydra. In their hearts, Hydra is under the true spirit, and that is an invincible existence. Hee. But to their surprise, they looked at Hydra rushing over. Dus didn't dodge at all, or even make any moves. Like a warrior, he rushed towards Hydra. Hydra! In the sky, Dus felt his speed, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, Master Clay, it's time to act. Dus's voice will echo throughout the battlefield. At this time, he finally chose to reveal each other's last hole card. At the moment Dus shouted, everyone only heard a thunderclap, and then saw a purple thunder blooming behind the Holy Tower. In the blink of an eye, Lake Wang had already arrived on the battlefield. Hearing the powerful thunder in the sky, Hydra immediately raised one of his heads, a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. It felt that Lake Wang was threatening him to a great extent. In the next second, the thunder light bloomed, and a huge thunder and lightning giant hand appeared all the time. Like a thunder dragon, it flew towards Hydra. With the collision of shadows and lightning, the thunder light entangled Hydra. Then, like a rope, it pulled Hydra directly from the ground to the sky. At this time, the thunder light also gradually dissipated, revealing the appearance of a man. Clay's eyes were calm, and the giant hand with thunder in his right hand was holding Hydra. Chapter 288. Who is this? Master Hydra was caught directly. How is this possible? It's so strong. The warlocks of the Bloodline Tower opened their mouths wide open when they saw this scene. It's hard for them to imagine that the Holy Tower actually has a backhand. The warlock of the Holy Tower is even more exaggerated. Oh my god, why is he so strong? It's outrageous. Is this the legendary true spirit? Otherwise, it's hard for me to imagine that the three rings can be so strong. Ha ha ha, with the help of such an adult, isn't our victory inevitable? Even if that He-Man comes, he's still just a dog. The morale of the Holy Tower soared instantly, and even the burst of blood power was much stronger. In an instant, the Holy Tower completely suppressed the Blood Tower, and the momentum of the Blood Tower was sluggish. This is... At this time, Vivica, who was holding the longbow, was also extremely shocked. Eli didn't tell her about Clay's existence, so at the moment when she saw Clay's attack, there was a gust of wind and waves in her heart, and she was extremely horrified. She had never heard of Hydra's strength, but the appearance of this person in front of her seemed to break everything again. He actually easily captured Hydra with one hand. But at the moment she is not in the mood to pay attention. Because after Hydra was captured, Dos was unimpeded in front of him, and Dos, who was bursting out with a powerful momentum, flew towards her like a bolt of lightning. Stop him! Several three-ring warlocks stood in front, trying to stop him. Go away! Obviously Dos was not interested in them, he roared angrily, a flash of thunder flashed, and several people fell to the ground in a daze, smashing a few big holes. With a few three rings, they couldn't even take a single move in front of Dos. Vivica's eyes were serious. There was an astonishing accident in this war, and her original mood of winning was suddenly depressed, and she was even more frightened when facing Dos. She didn't have the confidence to block it. The blood flowed all over the body, and the power of the blood was stimulated. The wind elements around Vivica began to rotate slowly, and a tornado slowly condensed, trying to block Dus's attack. A smile appeared on the corner of Dus's mouth, and his speed became even faster. This level can't stop him. But in the next second, a little shadow appeared in the void, and a wall of shadow suddenly appeared. This is it. Dus' pupils shrank instantly. There is only one possibility for this familiar shadow. Here comes Herman. Dus was shocked. The accumulated thunder light instantly dissipated, and his body quickly left in the opposite direction, not much slower than before. But it was already too late. Several shadow pythons flew out from the shadows, crossed the space, and came directly to Dus's side, devoured the thunder light beside him, and directly entangled it. After being entangled, it slowly returned towards the shadow. From the shadows, Eli stepped out. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Dus, looked at Clay in the sky, and said with a smile. First time meeting, hello, I'm Herman. In the sky, Clay calmly looked at Eli below. Hydra, who was in the thunder light, was about to collapse in the shadows outside her body at this time, struggling crazily, howling, and the three snake heads spinning like windmills. I'm Clay. He said calmly. On the ground, the war is in full swing, roars and weapons are intertwined, and elemental attacks are as common as raindrops on a rainy day, but even on such a dangerous battlefield, many people turn their eyes to the sky with serious eyes. Master Herman finally appeared. I almost forgot how many years ago he last appeared. Your Excellency is still so strong, you actually solved Dus in one go. I just don't know if I can beat that warlock. This warlock named Clay is not a normal third ring at all. It feels a bit difficult. Hydra was easily subdued. A few minutes ago, Hydra was arrested, and Dus faced Vivica single-handedly. All the warlocks in the Bloodline Tower felt tense. Hydra is the strongest creature on the Bloodline Tower battlefield, and Vivica is the command center. No matter which one is lost, it is a huge loss to the Bloodline Tower, especially Vivica. In fact, Vivica was advised not to show her face long before the war started, but she insisted on fighting in person. But fortunately, Dus was stopped, and the stopper was He-Man, one of the most soulful figures in the Bloodline Tower. A warlock who has not shown his face for hundreds of years, but is still remembered by everyone. At this moment, he was holding Dus with one hand, and he rose rapidly, and was at the same level as Clay. You know very well that the battle between you and me is the key to the outcome of this battle. I let Dus go, and you let Hydra go, how about it? Eli said, looking at the half-haired man in front of him. Good. Clay is straightforward. Today he is in a fighting state, wearing a grey warlock robe, controlling Hydra with his left hand, and holding a grey longsword in his right hand, emitting bursts of thunder. Hearing Eli's words, the thunder light in his left hand disappeared instantly, and Hydra's huge body also fell towards the ground, melting into a large shadow with a bang, and then condensing into a smaller Hydra. Hydra was originally an elemental creature, which consumed a lot of his power just now. It looked pretty miserable at the moment. Looking at Hydra's appearance, Eli's eyes were stern, and thus also slammed towards the ground. I didn't expect warlocks to use weapons like swords. Eli said to Clay. These are just inevitable. Sooner or later, the weapons of wizards will be replaced. Compared with those, warlocks are more suitable for these mortal weapons. Clay held the long sword, his eyes were neither sad nor happy. That's right. Eli nodded. Humph, I don't have time to chat with you today. Dus and I have talked about you. You are very strong, but it's a pity that you have to die here today. Clay pointed his sword at Eli and said calmly. As me who has stepped into the true spirit half a step, you don't even know what real power is like. Boom. As Clay's words fell, in an instant, there was a thunderous sound on the battlefield. Everyone looked up, and at some point, a large thick dark cloud appeared in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning intertwined in it, emitting a terrifying thunder light. A huge thunder eagle appeared behind Clay, looking down at Clay. Countless thunder lights entwined Clay. At this moment, Clay was like a god of thunder, and he looked down at Eli, as if the whole world was crushing him. The hearts of the warlocks on the ground were beating one by one. Herman, are you ready to die? Clay looked at Eli, pointing at Eli with the sword in his hand glowing with lightning. Eli looked at him calmly, his eyes gradually turned silver, with 3 silver rings spinning in them, and a sharp force slowly brewed in his consciousness. He also looked at Clay, and a translucent sharp blade slowly appeared in front of him. Ordinary, without any fluctuations, as if it does not exist. This is how this 500-year-old soul blade feels. And as the sharp blade condensed, the silver light in Eli's eyes gradually bloomed, and the sharp blade seemed to transform again, with traces of fluorescence covering the sharp blade, and when the silver light dissipated, traces of silver had already appeared on the sharp blade. This is your method. Clay hid this scene and laughed. He slowly stretched out the long sword in his hand, and the infinite thunder light gathered. Thunderhawk. Swinging down the long sword, a thunder eagle with a length of nearly 50 meters condensed, like a thunder that pierced the sky, and then rushed towards Eli with an unstoppable momentum. He didn't hold back at all, and as soon as he made a move, Clay used the strongest means. So did Eli. With a thought. However, the soul blade with a length of tens of centimeters flew towards the sky. In just a few seconds, the giant eagle collided with the sharp blade, but to Clay's astonishment, as the sharp blade entered the lightning, all the lightning began to melt like the first snow. The gigantic thunder eagle disappeared into space unexpectedly. Clay opened his mouth wide. This. The next second, the sharp blade arrived, but Clay hadn't reacted yet. I just feel that my soul seems to be torn apart, and my consciousness is gradually disappearing. The long sword in his hand fell. Clay stared at Eli, the last consciousness condensed, looked at Eli, gritted his teeth and said. This is not the method of a warlock. In the next second, his consciousness disappeared. Clay dies. Looking at this scene, Eli shook his head, and flew slowly to the ground. Half-step true spirit, that's all. Chapter 289. On the ground, the two forces are still fighting. A corner of the battlefield. The flames flowed like a big river, and the hot flames wrapped around Ur's body like a gorgeous flame cloak, while the long stick in his hand exuded a kind of pressure that seemed to be real. Opposite him, Nicholas's body was stretched out like a banner. Countless undead wandered in it, making the voice of the undead that made ordinary warlocks fantasize, and also provided Nicholas with the resources to resist Ur's attack. Nicholas, you are very strong, but it's a pity that flames can restrain the undead. Urs swung his stick while fighting towards Nicholas, a flame pierced the air and smashed towards Nicholas. Go! Flames swept through the air, but Nikolai waved his hand in front of him. A wall of undead had appeared, and with the hissing of the undead turned into fly ash, but Ur's attack was also blocked this time. The flames disappeared along with the wall of undead. Nicholas looked ugly. You are numb, this old guy, you are too difficult. You can block it once, how many times can you block it? Urs said calmly. The baptism of the years has already prevented him from expressing his thoughts easily. Clay is dead. Suddenly, Nicholas, who was opposite him, said to him. Urs frowned. Didn't he look down on him a little too much for this disturbing method? But suddenly, he discovered a detail, that is, why the ground he was on was sunny again, and it was obviously covered with thunderclouds just now. No, the thunder seems to have disappeared. Ur's lips trembled slightly, and he raised his head cautiously. A shocking scene appeared. The thunderclouds all over the sky were slowly dissipating at this time, and the huge thunder eagle was slowly rooting, like a illusory bubble, both real and unreal, and there was only one person in the center, He-Man. Where is Lord Clay? He didn't see Clay's body. Falling. Nicholas' voice came from a distance, mean. Hearing the voice, he lowered his gaze a little. Near the height of 300 meters above the ground, a figure was landing at a fast speed. Thanks to San Juan's powerful eyesight, he could see clearly. That's Clay. The appearance is the same as before, without the slightest change, and there are some lightning bolts all over the body, but they flicker like a stuck shell, and what surprised him is that Clay has no soul fluctuations at all, as if, his soul it has been erased generally. The soul is gone, and generally only death will appear. This time, he seemed to understand something. Died? His body trembled in disbelief. How can this be? Isn't Clay a half-step true spirit? Dusk told him how to be strong. In the end, you told me that he died in the blink of an eye? Is Herman that strong? Boom. Ur's body felt weak for a while, and the iron rod was cut from his fingertips and smashed towards the ground. His eyes were mournful, and he closed his eyes as he looked at Clay, who had fallen to the ground at this time. It's over. All of them underestimated Herman, underestimated this man. Naturally, Urs and Nicholas were not the only ones who noticed the changes in the thunderclouds. Everyone else noticed too. How is it possible? How could Herman be so strong? My lord, this is defeat. Impossible, I can't accept no. How much strength is He-Man hiding? Is he a true spirit? On the battlefield, the warlocks of the Holy Tower were in despair. Just now Clay's deity-like appearance was reflected in everyone's minds, but in the next second, Eli was instantly killed by one move, and the time did not even exceed 3 seconds. Can't understand. Master Herman won. Too strong. I knew your lord could do it, but I'm your lord's absolute support. You fart, you just called me finished, do you think I didn't hear? The bloodline tower was relaxed, and the warlocks heaved a sigh of relief after being shocked. How hopeless it was just now, how relaxed it is now. It's so exciting. Is this the teacher? Surrounded by a group of warlocks, Viveka's eyes flashed an inexplicable light. Looking at Eli's back in the sky, he bit his lip. Teachers are always so reliable. He couldn't imagine what would happen without a teacher today. For the powerful half-step true spirits, I'm afraid their dozens of 3 rings together will have no effect, but under He-Man's hands, they only made one move, and they didn't even see clearly what method He-Man used. But it doesn't matter anymore. At this time, Clay experienced a fall of more than 10 seconds, and fell to the ground with a plop. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but it happened to fall right in front of John, the second ring warlock. He was fully engaged in the battle when he suddenly heard a thud. Looking back, it was on the ground. Clay's body fell to the ground, making a small hole, but his body did not have a trace of breath. Clay is dead. John opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. People around also confirmed that Clay was dead. News of Clay's death spread across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The originally noisy battlefield stopped suddenly. Originally, many people still had a consolation in their hearts, that is, Clay was just beaten down and did not die, but at this moment, everyone's hearts collapsed. Originally, they were no longer the opponents of the Bloodline Tower. As a result, Clay appeared, giving them a glimmer of hope. As a result, Herman's appearance, in just a few seconds, shattered their hopes again. Great sorrow and great joy, there is nothing more than this. At this time, Viveka, who confirmed that Clay was dead not far away, also took a deep breath. Clay is dead. Throw to not kill. Her voice echoed across the battlefield. Boom. A warlock's weapon fell from his hand, then a second, a third. In an instant, the Bloodline Tower's desire to fight fell to the extreme. The sound of throwing voices spread throughout the battlefield, and most of the warlocks in the Holy Tower gave up resistance directly. The only remaining warlock who was loyal to the Holy Tower looked at his colleagues who had surrendered, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. In the next second, his soul burned and he chose to commit suicide. The warlocks who surrendered knelt on the ground, looked at them, and lowered their heads even lower. Compared with these ordinary warlocks, those high-level warlocks with 3 rings were about to escape immediately, but after running a few hundred meters, they found that boundless shadows had come to them. Herman! They closed their eyes in despair, and the next second, the shadows overwhelmed them. Seeing that the 3 rings were overwhelmed by shadows, the remaining wizards also sighed and chose to surrender. A corner of the battlefield. Still Urs and Nicholas. Nicholas looked at Urs with a smile on his face and said, "Urs, what is your choice?" "My choice." Urs turned his head to look at the battlefield, and then at the holy tower in the distance, which was the place where he grew up and struggled, but today, everything is over, everything is gone. He shook his head, with endless sadness and reluctance in his eyes, but then firmness. He glanced at Nicholas, and said, "This time, you won." In the next second, flames entered his body. In the blink of an eye, Urs chose to spontaneously ignite without any hesitation. Looking at Urs, who was flying ashes, the corner of Nicholas' mouth twitched. He also wanted to devour the warlock's soul. What a waste! Chapter 290. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, on the plain, thousands of holy tower warlocks were gathered together by the bound people, and not far away were the bound magical beasts and logistics personnel. It was dark, like an ocean. And this is not far away, in the sky. Eli watched this scene with calm eyes, and beside her was Viveka. "Thanks to the teacher's help, we won an unprecedented victory," Viveka said respectfully to Eli. "Yet?" Eli nodded. At this time, he could clearly see the area of the main city of the Holy Tower in the distance from where he was standing. At this time, in that area, noises spread for tens of miles, and even the sound of battle could occasionally be heard from it. It was the battle between the entering Bloodline Tower and the warlocks in the city. "Teacher, the city of the Holy Tower is full of remnants and defeated generals. We will be able to clean it up in 3 days at most, and besides here, the warlocks of the Tower of Blood have gone to various places to occupy the remaining forces of the Holy Tower. The occupation is estimated to be completed within a month. Since then, the entire south-central west coast has been completely in our hands," Viveka said to Eli with a smile on her face. "Okay, how is Hydra?" Eli nodded, and Eli asked. "In that war, Hydra suffered a lot of injuries, but fortunately, he was an elemental creature, which had little impact, but his strength was still reduced. Well, Lord Hydra has recovered. He almost eliminated all the dead monsters on the battlefield," Viveka said. "It has long been known that Hydra can recover from injuries by eating. Oh, by the way, teacher, there is one more thing I have to report to you," she said suddenly. "What's the matter?" Eli turned his head to look, a little curious. "Dus has escaped, our people did not find Dos in the follow-up search." Viveka felt a little guilty. "It doesn't matter, just run away." Eli shook his head. "It's just a Dus, it doesn't hurt. Moreover, he ran away, but it might not be any better than being caught. Afterwards, give me a copy of the information on the Holy Tower. I'll see if there is any need, and the key point is to see if there is any information on breaking through the true spirit," Eli ordered. "The Holy Tower has been destroyed, and he has been safe for a long time. He can also think about breakthroughs. True spirit, that's not a small bottleneck." "Yes." Viveka remembered everything Eli said. "I'm going back to the Tower of Bloodline, and I'll leave it to you," Eli said, ready to leave. Viveka looked at Eli's back, took a deep breath, and prepared to go forward to command the team. But suddenly, Herman turned his head around. "Does the teacher have any other instructions?" Viveka raised her head and looked at Eli. "The war is over, don't push yourself too hard, take a good rest," Eli said, and turned to leave. "Okay." Viveka smiled brightly. A month passed in a blink of an eye. Under the offensive of the Bloodline Tower, the remaining Holy Tower forces were occupied one by one, and the flag of the Bloodline Tower was also hung all over the central and southern parts of the west coast. Since then, the west coast landscape has changed again. The Bloodline Tower became the only owner here. And a large amount of materials were also transported to Eli in this process. Eli also began to take stock of his gains. After taking stock, he found something useful to him. A witchcraft, a box of books. The witch tool is a bracelet, called mithril bracelet. The mithril bracelet is a 3-ring level wizard tool. The bracelet is made of precious mithril, with complex wizard runes all over it. This is a good thing left over from the wizarding era. The function is to create a special force field around him, which can control the gravity in a certain area, which is very helpful for melee combat. After all, there are more warlocks now, and Eli has to think about melee combat. And this weapon is already approaching the limit of the 3rd ring, very strong. After all, at his current level, there are actually not so many things that can interest him. Another box of books makes Eli happy. The information in this box is all that Eli needs. Part of it is the record of the soul, and the other is something about the mechanics. The soul will help him study the soul rune, and the knowledge of mechanics will hopefully help him break through the 3-ring mechanics, so as to open the box that has never been opened. He has been envious of that box for a long time. In fact, the same is true for soul runes. So far, nothing has been researched, and of course it may have something to do with him not putting too much thought into it. But it will be fine in the future. It is foreseeable that he will have a lot of time in the future. As long as the hourglass of time does not go crazy, crazy will find him to settle accounts. Oh, by the way, at this point, he should have run back to the time hourglass. Eli suddenly thought of Dus, the person who escaped under the noses of everyone. He learned about the hourglass of time from the mouth of the 3-ring warlock. I'm afraid there will be no good end for Dus to go back. Hourglass of time. In Hall City, the hourglass city of time, there is a tall white building. The building is built with pure white time, and there is a balance in the center. A trial is underway. The presiding judge sat on the trial seat, leaning against the red velvet high-backed chair. He lowered his head, looked at a man not far away, and then sighed deeply. Dus, your recklessness caused Hourglass to lose a lot of resources and Mr. Clay, and also provoked a powerful force and warlock. You can plead guilty. I plead guilty. Dus closed his eyes. At this time, he was wearing a grey wizard robe. The wizard robe belonging to the Hourglass of Time had already been disqualified, and his hands and feet were handcuffed, which were specially used to restrain warlocks. He ran away on the battlefield, but after returning, he ushered in the trial of the Hourglass of Time. He was well aware, but had no choice. Here, maybe you can survive, but it may be a bit miserable. Okay, since you pleaded guilty, then I will punish you to deprive you of your blood and imprison you for life. Do you have an opinion? Finally, the judgment came, and Dus sighed. No comment. Good. As the hammer of judgment fell, his fate was judged. Soon, Dus was pulled into a room, and accompanied by painful and shrill screams, Dus was pulled out. At this time, he had cracks all over his body, and his blood was directly deprived. Dus could barely move at this time, and was being pulled to move. Next he will be sent to prison. But before he could leave this place, a person blocked his way. Dus, see that you not only failed, but also caught up with Lord Clay. A voice came, and the weak Dus raised his head. Andrew, are you here to laugh at me? He looked at the person and said bitterly. The person who came was Andrew, the leader of another faction of his time Hourglass, and there were 2 warlocks behind him. Andrew shook his head, looked at Dus with pity and said. I just came to ask about Herman's situation. We will go back sooner or later. I want to know about this enemy's situation. Dus thought for a while and said. If you want to deal with him, then you can avoid it. I advise you, unless he is dead, or the adults wake up, otherwise you'd better not have such thoughts. Andrew was silent. Naturally, he had already heard about Herman's situation and just wanted to confirm it. There is really such a strong 3 rings, outrageous. Okay. Andrew nodded, got out of the way, and let the staff drag Dus away. Seeing Dus disappear at the end, the people on the side asked, Sir, do you need to deal with him? No need. Andrew shook his head, a person who has lost his blood, what can he do? Let him die of old age in prison. Yes. Wait until your lord wakes up, and then we can talk about other things. Now shrink all the forces back and let the bloodline house go on for 100 or 200 years. We will go back sooner or later. Andrew said calmly. Dus died, and he was the only person in charge. Yes. Chapter 291. The new calendar is 3,824 years. The Bloodline Tower defeated the allied forces of the Holy Tower on the periphery of the Holy Tower. The Holy Tower side invited Clay, a real magician who is half-step in the hourglass of time, but was killed by He-Man from the Bloodline Tower side. Many Three Rings were slaughtered. The original Holy Tower Master Urs committed suicide, and thus fled. The remnants of the Holy Tower surrendered to the Tower of Blood after hard resistance. Since then, the southern and central parts of the west coast have been unified, forming a new situation headed by the Bloodline Tower and supplemented by many forces. At this time, Eli has returned to the Tower of Blood. Wizard Tower, among the ruins. Hill's green branches swayed gently beside Eli. Eli sat on the lawn, the warm sun shining on his face. Not far away is a large piece of grass, the green grass is gently swaying under the breeze, and the recovered Hydra is resting in it, and further away is an artificially simulated ocean environment, in which the former water element is planted. Fruit trees. Easy and comfortable. This is Eli's current situation, he hasn't been so relaxed in a long time. I will be able to relax for a long time in the future, and slowly prepare for breakthroughs and learning. Eli thought. With the defeat of Santa, the west coast suddenly calmed down. The time hourglass should not go south for a short time, because the so-called adult seems to have been in a deep sleep state, at least it is impossible to recover in a short time. His next step is to meditate and study, and the rest is to improve his various methods, such as the silver eye, alchemy mechanics, etc. Of course, the soul blade also needs to make up for it. However, we can't relax. The so-called adult in time hourglass may be a true spirit, so we should be cautious. Eli was also faintly worried. On the one hand, there are unknown enemies. On the other hand, there is no clue about the knowledge of breaking through the true spirit. Although the power of the Bloodline Tower has spread all over the west coast, such high-level knowledge is still very difficult to find. I don't know what's going on with Jinji, I've been away for a while. Eli was thinking about it, and he still had some hope for this person whom fate favored. Oh, by the way, there is also the Silver Moon Lake Feast, and it seems to be happening again next year. Seemingly remembering something, Eli's eyes lit up. His talent is stuck at the limit of the 3rd class. As long as he can find one, he may be able to break through to the 2nd class. At that time, it is estimated that his meditation speed will be much faster. I hope to gain something this year. Eli curled his lips. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. In 1 year, the progress of the Tower of Bloodlines was much faster than Yyyyka had imagined. It only took 9 months to completely stabilize the site and clear everything. What's interesting is that half a year ago, when cleaning up the Santa prison, Udo was accidentally discovered. Knowing that he knew Eli and that he was imprisoned because he didn't want to participate in the battle, Vivica also asked Eli how to deal with it. Eli thought about it for a while, and finally joined the Tower of Bloodline with Udo, and managed part of the site that used to be the original Holy Tower. Udo also readily accepted this arrangement. In addition to these, it was the Silver Moon Feast that lasted for 2 days. As expected, no elemental heart was caught. However, he caught another precious fish. After taking it, Eli's elemental perception has been improved to a certain extent, so this time it is not a waste of time. Peaceful days are always ordinary. Another year later, Nina, who was far away in the Iris camp, was about to break through, and Eli gave the potion. 3 days later, Nina broke through the 3-ring wizard and became the first 3-ring wizard in the Iris camp. But what is troubling is that the power of the Iris camp has shrunk by a quarter at this time. When asked, the reason is that the soul slaves released in the mountains were hidden in various mountain ranges, and those places are exactly the range of activities of wizards. This caused them no small trouble. So Eli made a special trip to rebrand these monsters and control them. Since then, Iris has returned to calm again, and Eli's subordinates have added a batch of 2nd and 3rd ring monsters that can be used. The number has reached about 40,000, and it is still growing. The new calendar is 3,830 years. This year, Rodan died, and Vivica made a breakthrough. Eli's research on soul runes has a certain direction, and the progress of mechanical alchemy is very fast, and it will be soon before Eli opens the 3rd box. This year, Eli's mental power was 375. The failure of the Holy Tower led to the growth of the Bloodline Tower, and also led to Eli having more available resources. With the help of a large number of resources, Eli's spiritual power has been improved quickly, but there is still a long way to go before the breakthrough. Not far away. But Eli didn't intend to break through with 400 points of mental power. For future growth, he hopes to advance when he is really promoted to the point where he cannot be promoted. Anyway, he does not lack that time, so he has to take a long-term view. Another 5 years. In a stable environment, Eli's mechanical alchemy went smoothly. One step away from breaking through the 3-ring mechanical alchemist. After 5 months of bottlenecking, Eli's mechanics finally broke through. The breakthrough also means that Eli can finally open the box. Among the secrets. Underhill, Eli looked at the box in his hand. The box is the same as it was hundreds of years ago, without the slightest change. The whole body is silver and white, with sci-fi-like patterns all over it, and 3 mechanical locks are located on the sides and the front. At this time, the locks on both sides have been opened, and only the middle lock is still closed. Then the next step is the third one. Eli looked calmly at the box. He has been curious about this box for a long time. He got it from Vivica, who got it from Natasha, the original Bloodline Tower Master, and Natasha got it from a mechanical relic in the Central Continent. He is very curious, what is in it? Is it really related to the legendary wizard Great Tower? Eli didn't forget that these forces who came to the west coast were all looking for clues to this illusory ruin, and they stayed for hundreds of years. Even though wizards have been away for thousands of years, they still haven't given up. Don't think about it, you will know what it is when you open it. Eli shook his head, and gently put the box on the ground. Looking at the mechanical lock, Eli took a deep breath. Start unlocking. 3 days later, there was a click. Eli watched as the mechanical lock suddenly cracked open, revealing the scene inside, an unknown number of gears and witch formations were still turning, and with the clicking sound, the gears fit one after another. This process lasted 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, with a click, the box opened. The contents of the box were also revealed in Eli's sight. Chapter 292. Click. Countless gears fit together, and the box slowly opened. Eli also saw what was inside the box. The bottom of the box is paved with dark silver memory metal, and inside the metal are 2 things, a sealed scroll and a key. The scroll is brownish yellow and has a fibrous feel. It seems that something is painted on it, and the whole is wrapped in translucent crystal, like amber. This is a kind of precious crystal, which is generally used to preserve documents. If it is in this crystal, even if it is thousands of years, there is no need to worry about damage. In addition to the scroll, it is the key. It looks no different from an ordinary key, but the surface is extremely smooth, without any depressions, but there are traces of grains flashing from time to time. Eli understood that this was definitely the key to some kind of mechanical lock. A key, a scroll. Eli had a strange look on his face, the things inside were different from what he thought. But maybe the key and the scroll are related. Take it out and have a look first. Eli shook his head, and took out the key first. The key feels normal, but it must be a precious metal. Other than that, there is nothing special about it. After all, it is said to be a key, so there is no need to say more about its function. Next is the scroll. Eli took out the scroll, shaking the elements in his hand. The crystal immediately began to crack one after another, and made a clicking sound, and then began to crack. After a few seconds, the crystal breaks away and Eli gets the scroll. Without hesitation, he opened it directly. The scroll opened, but the content on it made Eli stunned. Is this a map? Eli wondered. On the scroll, there are some mountains, rivers, and some terrains. What's interesting is that each force is marked on it, and one of them is specially marked. Black Tower, Alice Wizard Academy, Storm Elemental Wizard Academy. The first thing Eli noticed were the names of the factions on the map. It seems that they are all wizard forces. It seems that the history of this map may be a long time, after all, the wizard has been away for a long time. But is this the West Coast? Eli tried hard to figure out where the map was the same as the West Coast. Soon, he really found the same thing. This is definitely the Sawyer Mountains. The one on the map is exactly the same as the one I've been to. Eli looked at a horizontal mountain range on the map, his eyes lit up. After confirmation, this should be the map of the West Coast. So in this way, these wizarding forces should be the forces of the wizarding world. There is a key, a map, and a place with a special mark. Eli looked at these 2 things. The things were too straightforward, and he could clearly understand that the key should open the place marked on the map. Not necessarily, of course, but most likely yes. But Eli looked calm. Now that there are maps, then this must be explored. However, this map is obviously a little behind. After all, it has been thousands of years, and the terrain has changed a lot. If you look for it according to the map, it will most likely be very difficult. Even if it was him, it would take a few years to find him. I won't find it myself. Just kidding, the Bloodline Tower is spread all over the west coast, and there are tens of thousands of warlocks. They are more familiar with the terrain than Eli, and they still have some information to look up. Yes, I have to go see Viveka. Eli pouted. The next day, Eli saw Viveka in the Tower of Blood. Help me find this map, keep it a secret. Eli took out a branded map and handed it to Viveka. Okay, teacher. Viveka nodded. But what is this, teacher? She held the map and asked. It was taken out of that box. Eli said directly without hiding anything. What, is it the box left by Master Natasha? Viveka's eyes widened. I thought it was just an ordinary map, but I didn't expect that it was actually taken out of Kong's box. Only at this time did she notice that the map was unusual, that is, the map was full of wizard forces, and there was no warlock force, which meant that this was a map of the wizard era. No wonder the teacher asked her to help find it. Well, teacher, I understand, I will do it as soon as possible. Viveka solemnly nodded while holding the map. Be careful, find someone you can trust. Eli said. I understand. Viveka naturally understood. Don't worry, teacher, I will take charge of this matter personally. It will take at most 3 months. I should be able to find it. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Eli nodded. It would be much better to have a map reference. Then Viveka chatted with Eli for a while about the Bloodline Tower and left, and Eli also returned to the Wizard Tower. He currently resides in the Bloodline Tower. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Viveka came to visit Eli. Teacher, we've found the place. Viveka seemed a little excited and said quickly. Oh? Where? Eli's eyes lit up. Master, you may be familiar with this place. Viveka smiled and spoke a few words slowly. Death Forest. Death Forest. The base camp of the home of the undead created by Nicholas has now been abandoned with Nicholas' departure, but because of the legacy of the undead, there are still many wild undead. On this day, Eli, Nicholas, and Viveka came here. Above the Forest of Death. The three stood side by side, looking down. Viveka, you said there is a ruin here. Nicholas looked puzzled. Yes. She nodded, and said to Eli who was beside her, Teacher, dozens of people in the Bloodline Tower searched for dozens of days, and finally judged that the meeting here should be the place where the teacher judged. Eli responded casually, but the silver eyes in his eyes had already been activated. The silvery white rays of light gathered and looked towards the forest below. Not to mention, it really made him find something wrong. About 100 meters below the forest floor, there seems to be a huge underground cave, and there is a barrier-like thing that seems to prevent him from watching. Well, it should be here. Eli smiled, and even thought of going down to take a look immediately. But after hesitating for a moment, he still took out the dice to check whether he would be in danger. 5 o'clock. Seeing the numbers on the dice, Eli frowned. It seems that this relic is not simple. 5 points is already high, and the risk is too great. And this is the west coast, most of them are dark wizard forces, maybe there are some leftovers of dark wizards in it, and as we all know, the things left by dark wizards are generally not good things. If it is a curse or something, even he is unwilling to face it. My lord, what's the matter? Nicholas asked, seeing the changes in Eli's eyes and the frowning. It's okay. Eli shook his head, he was just thinking about how to open this ruin, or who should take the risk. Teacher. Suddenly, Viveka spoke from the side. Eli turned to look over. Teacher, Alice has sent news that in the south of the west coast, that is, near the mountains, a huge sky cloud whale is approaching the west coast, and the Holy Tower of Time has also received the news that a top genius of the central mainland Holy Tower is coming here. It is said that there is a clue. Viveka raised her head, looked at Eli and said. The genius of central continent. Eli blinked his eyes, as if he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Chapter 293. Saucier Mountains. Located in the west of the coast, it is the largest mountain range in the vicinity. There is no one. The continuous mountains are undulating, as if there is no end. It is said that after crossing this mountain range, you can reach the core and most prosperous area of the wizarding world, the central continent. Above the mountains, there is a boundless sea of clouds, a vast expanse of whiteness. At this time, in the boundless sea of clouds, a 5-meter-long giant eagle is flying. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, and turned its head back abruptly. The next second, the giant eagle uttered a terrified cry, and then quickly landed towards the ground. And behind him, the sea of clouds rolled, accompanied by the buzzing sound. A huge monster flew out of the sea of clouds. I saw that this creature looked like a whale, but its volume was at least several times that of an ordinary adult whale, and it was more than 100 meters long. The outside of its body was like a series of vent holes, and its body was blue on the top and white on the bottom. At this time, streams of air jet out from the ranking holes on both sides, stirring up the sea of clouds. Even just a blowhole is much bigger than that giant eagle. The giant eagle descended rapidly, and its eyes were on this huge monster. He had never seen such a huge creature in his life. And there seemed to be something on it. Giant eagle decided to take a look. He speeded up, away from this huge creature, but his altitude was climbing, and after a few kilometers, he was finally on the same level as him. There is actually a castle above the huge whale creature. This is a gorgeous black stone castle, with a Gothic style in appearance. The spire of the castle stands high and inserts into the sea of clouds, while the body of the tower is linked by dozens of chains, and the chains are connected to the back of the whale. There seems to be someone in there. Suddenly, it only saw a stream of fire flying out of the castle. The scorching flame contained bursting energy. In just an instant, the giant eagle with the second ring disappeared in the flames. Hey, it's so boring. Luo Ye watched the giant eagle disappear, and the flames on his fingertips slowly disappeared. He was on the balcony of the castle right now, and there was a table and some delicacies on the balcony. Luo Ye, you won't be bored when you get to the west coast. Opposite him was an old man, who was holding his beard and said. I hope. Luo Ye stretched his body. He doesn't look old, but has the feeling of a young man, with black hair, but the pupils of his eyes are red, as if they contain bursting flames. Well, anyway, you applied for this operation, and we will be responsible for protecting you. I hope you don't get nothing this time. Hall continued to stroke his beard and said calmly. Well, I also found this map in a mechanical ruin. I think it must be useful. Luo Ye looked serious and took out a map. The yellow map seems to be worn out, but some places are still clearly recorded on it. According to the records, in a certain year, the city of Sky seems to be connected with the city of Machinery, and then the House of Machinery shipped something to the west coast. I think there is a large degree of connection, maybe there is a connection. Luo Ye said. I hope so, otherwise, dozens of us would have wasted years coming to this kind of place with you. Hall said with a smile. This time, in order to protect this genius here, the Holy Tower sent dozens of 3-ring warlocks, among them there were several half-step true spirits. No way. Luo Ye shook his head. If he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have come here either. He looked back, and there were dozens of warlocks with 3 rings sitting in the castle at this time. With these people, this journey should not be too difficult. Oh, by the way, have you contacted the Holy Tower branch here? He suddenly turned his head and asked. Not yet, but I contacted URS more than 10 years ago, and everything is normal. Hall said. That's fine. Luo Ye nodded. It's only been more than 10 years, and nothing will happen. Hey, here's the message. Suddenly, Hall took out a crystal ball. What? Luo Ye raised his head. Santa is ready to welcome the arrival of the adults. Hall said with a smile. Luo Ye also smiled. He stood up slowly, looking forward. Accelerate, I hope to arrive sooner. Good. A few seconds later, with the sound of a whale cry, the huge sky cloud whale accelerated and flew forward. Tower of Blood. In the meeting room. Eli, Vivica, Alice, and Udo sat together with serious faces. Udo, tell me about the situation. Eli looked at Udo and asked. Udo took a deep breath. He is currently in charge of managing the area of the original Holy Tower, but this incident really made him feel a little confused. The Holy Tower just went down, and then the superior of the Holy Tower came. What is this called? My lord, the person who came this time is Luo Ye. It is said that he discovered a hell from a ruin. After research, it is a map of the west coast, and he is going to explore it. Udo said. Luo yet? Top genius. Eli raised his eyebrows. It is said that this Luo yet is very unusual. It is said that the fusion is the top bloodline of the fourth ring, the superior bloodline of the lava fire monkey, the hell fire monkey, and the talent is very good. At this time, it is already the limit of the third ring, and it is not far from breaking through the true spirit. It's far away, and it is expected to inherit the position of Santa Tower Master. Of course it is still much worse than adults. Udo looked at Eli and said. Did they say how many people came? Viveka asked from the side. About 30 or so people, but the worst is the late stage of the third ring. Among them, there are 3 or 4 people at the level of the half-step true spirit, and it is said that this Luo Yi's combat power is comparable to that of the half-step true spirit. Wu Duo pressed Mountain Big. If this group of people came and found that the holy tower had been destroyed, wouldn't he be finished? It seems that the central continent is indeed stronger. Eli sighed. The people who came this time are almost comparable to all the top combat powers of the original West Coast, and this is still part of the combat power of a faction. My lord, this is the map projection, they asked us to find it first. Udo suddenly took out a branded map. Looking at the map, Eli and Viveka showed subtle expressions at the same time. Because this map is exactly the same as Eli's. Teacher. Viveka frowned. He looked at Eli, but saw Eli smiled. Same. Eli smiled. Isn't this still thinking about who will explore for him? Isn't someone here? It's just a group of 3 rings, don't panic. But you have to think about how to deal with this group of people, after all, the holy tower has just been conquered by them. He was lost in thought. 10 seconds later, he raised his head and looked at Udo. At this moment, Udo lowered his head, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Udo, you seem worried. Eli said. My lord, please stop joking. How can I not be nervous? After all, the holy tower has been destroyed. Udo raised his head, his face was a bit bitter, and he still didn't understand what to do. Has it been destroyed? Isn't there still you, the tower owner of the holy tower? Eli looked at Udo and asked. Me, Lord Santa. Udo blinked, but didn't understand what it meant. But Viveka at the side already understood. He looked at Eli and asked, could it be that teacher, do you want Udo to simply pretend to be the Santa Tower Master and deceive those people? Cheat? Eli's tone was strange, didn't Udo take over the position of Santa Tower Master after URS died naturally? Hearing this, Udo's eyes widened. He seemed to understand what the adults meant. This is going to be a big show, and his role is the Tower Master of the Holy Tower. It seems that you understand what I mean. Eli looked at the few people and said. At that time, you will place these people in an area, and then I will temporarily modify the memory of the people in this area, and then entertain them. Eli pursed his lips, and the silvery white light in his eyes flickered. This kind of thing is not very difficult for him now. The other 3 people looked at each other in blank dismay, modifying their memories, it was still hundreds of people. Is this something that warlocks can do? But Herman, that seemed reasonable too. Chapter 294. The scorching sun is rising, and the golden sun is pouring down. Outside the holy tower city, in a large open space. Dozens of people were waiting, most of them were high-level officials of the holy tower, including Udo's leaders, and Eli was also there, but he followed behind Udo like a guard. Udo glanced sideways at the crowd, and listened to the whispers of these people, and took a deep breath. A warlock from the holy tower headquarters actually came here. I don't know why. The old tower master has just died, and Udo has just taken over as the new tower master. I don't know if there will be any accidents. Maybe, but other forces are very stable recently. Recently, we have established contact with the Tower of Blood. Recently, there are quite a few of them here. I believe that the adults should not have any opinions on us. Listening to the words in his ear, Udo couldn't help looking at Eli, the guard beside him, with awe in his eyes. What the hell is this method? Even a bloodline with illusion skills like the psychedelic butterfly can't do it. Dozens of memories of the 3 rings were actually modified. And it's not just them, hundreds of people in an area of the city have also been modified. Unimaginable. This is not just a memory problem, how to arrange the memories so that people can't see the loopholes is even more terrifying. He can't imagine how the benefactor did it. This is not a warlock. Relax, nothing will go wrong. Eli, who had already concealed his aura, looked at him and said with a smile. If something goes wrong, fix it all. Udo took a deep breath, and his breath gradually returned to calm. Judging from the time, the people from the Santa headquarters should be here soon. Coming. Suddenly, someone spoke, and everyone raised their heads. The clouds in the sky dispersed, and the huge sky cloud whale slowly landed. Looking at the huge creature hundreds of meters away, everyone gasped. Sky cloud whale, an adult creature with 3 rings. Eli's eyes lit up when he looked at this huge creature. He had never seen such a large material before. But it's a pity that I can't dissect it, after all, it belongs to the holy tower. The huge cloud whale in the sky stopped when it was about 300 meters above the ground, which is the lowest distance for this kind of creature, and at this distance, other people can also see the castle above the cloud whale, and the cloud whale there are little black dots next to it. Suddenly, the black dot started to break away from the cloud whale in the sky and descend towards the ground. Eli also saw clearly the appearance and strength of the person who came. Needless to say, the young man in the front should be the so-called genius Luo Yat. He is indeed very strong. Eli can feel that although he is not limited to the limit of the 3rd ring, he is not weaker than him who just broke through the late stage 30 years ago. And there are 32 people behind him, each of whom is in the late stage of the 3rd ring. And there are 3 people behind him, all of them are half-step true spirits, and they all belong to people who have been promoted to true spirits but failed. The landing was very fast, and in just a few seconds, dozens of people had already landed on the ground. Luo Ye took the lead, followed by many 3 rings. He strode up to the welcoming team with a smile on his face, but he couldn't hide his arrogance. He stretched out his hand towards Udo, who was at the front, and said, "Hello, I'm Luo Ye, and you are URS, the master of the West Coast Santa Tower." "Hello, I am the Lord of the Holy Tower, but my name is Udo." Udo looked at this group of 3 ring late stages and extremes, feeling his heart beating fast. "Hey? Udo." Luo Ye let out a light snort. He turned to look at Hall, and asked, "Hall, did I remember wrong?" "No, I remember that the person in charge here should be URS, I checked." Hall frowned. "URS is my teacher. He died a few years ago, and I just took over, and I haven't had time to pass the information to the headquarters." Udo said with his heart raised in his throat. "Oh, that's it." Luo Ye nodded. "Hey." Hall frowned. "Hall, don't think so much, it doesn't matter." Luo Ye looked at Hall and frowned, and said, "Yeah, adults, I have already prepared the area where you live. We have sent people to find the map that the adults gave us, and it is estimated that we will find it soon." Udo said quickly. "Let's go." Luo Ye nodded. Hall wanted to say something behind him, but was pulled away by Luo Ye. So, just like that, the group was taken away by Eudora, and the cloud whale in the sky slowly dived into the clouds. Eli took one look and followed Udo. The area prepared for Luo Ye and the others is an area near the east side of the Holy Tower, which belongs to the area with the best environment, and there are few people here, and all of them have been modified in memory. Soon, they came here. Looking at the villas and the wizard tower in front of him, Luo Ye nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Luo Ye was very satisfied. It seems that this group of bumpkins from the countryside can still do it. Adults, please stay here. If you need anything, you can tell them at any time, and there are all entertainment facilities here, so you don't need to go anywhere else. Udo said. Yeah. Luo Ye nodded, and then said, it's better to find the ones on the map faster. Yes. Udo said respectfully, then we will leave. Good. Udo was dismissed casually, and when they settled down, it was the next thing. Eli also left with Udo, and before leaving, he glanced at these people, especially the one named Hall, which felt a bit interesting. After Udo left, Luo Ye and the others began to divide the living area, and he also chose a wizard tower, and soon the group lived there and began to rest. They have been on the road for several months, and they really need to relax. But as soon as Luo Ye entered the wizard's tower, there was a knock on the door. Open the door, it's Hall. Hall, what's the matter? Luo Ye was a little displeased. Luo Ye, I think something is wrong here. Hall said, frowning. Ever since he came here, he felt something strange. There's nothing wrong with this, I feel quite normal. Luo Ye shook his head and said, I think you just think too much, you should take a good rest. After finishing speaking, he walked Luo Ye out of the door. Looking at the closed door, Hall's mouth twitched. But he can't help it. Compared with Luo Ye, the future Holy Tower Hope, he can only suggest at most. No, I have to check. He shook his head. There are still quite a few people in this area, so he can search it secretly. After one day. Wizard Tower. Hall stroked his beard. After a day of checking, he didn't find anything wrong. He checked a lot of people around here, and it seemed that everything was normal. It was because he was worrying too much. It seems that I was thinking too much. Hall shook his head, relaxing a lot. One or two may have problems, but with hundreds of people, it is impossible for all of them to have problems. I'm old, I'm getting more and more timid. Hall smiled, and turned to go back to rest. Chapter 295. For the three-ring wizards who had gone through a long journey, a short rest was enough for them to recover, so a male warlock walked out early the next morning. So comfortable. The warlock walked out of the wizard tower, feeling the texture under his feet, and smiled. Compared with the feeling in the sky, he still prefers the sense of solidity on the ground. His name is Diogo, he is one of Luo Yi's followers, and he is also a three-ring warlock from the Santa headquarters. I've never been to the west coast, so I don't know what it's like here. Diogo looked over the villa area and looked towards the main city further away. There are many wizard towers, elements fluctuate, and a prosperous scene. Although it is far from the central continent, it seems to have unique regional characteristics. Go out and have a look. Diogo thought. Luo Ye didn't restrict their travel, but just told them not to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Diogo tidied up his clothes and walked straight towards the outside world. Soon, he came to the only way to the other areas, the way they had come here before. This road is located in the east of this area, connecting the DC area of the city, where a not-so-wide white round arch stands. But just as he walked to the gate, a man just came in. It's the Lord of the Holy Tower. I was sent by Lord Udo to serve the adults. Are you going out? If you don't mind, let me lead you out for a stroll. Diogo looked at the man. He has black hair and black pupils, looks pretty, his aura is just an ordinary three rings, but his eyes have a kind of magical charm, which makes people immerse himself in it, and what's amazing is that the pupils of this person's eyes are silver. Okay. Diogo nodded. Since they are sent by the branch here, they should know this place very well. He couldn't help lowering his head and looking into the man's eyes. The mystery of silver also made him a little dazed. Opening his eyes again, Diogo stood beside the white arch, but the direction was completely reversed. He subconsciously looked at the man beside him, and patted his shoulder. Thank you, Herman, I had a great time shopping this time. Beside Diogo, Eli showed a humble smile. What are you talking about? This is what I should do. Okay. Diogo nodded, feeling a little tired for no reason. Then I'll go back first, I feel a little tired from shopping today. Diogo scratched his head, obviously feeling that he hasn't been out for a long time. And what did he do? It seems that he just ate and drank, and went to some places to play, but for some reason, his memory is a little fuzzy, as if he did it and then didn't. The wonderful feeling was still lingering in his heart, but he subconsciously ignored it. Scratching his head, he returned to his residence. He just went outside for a stroll, what could happen? The third layer of the silver eye has progressed more than halfway, the power is really good. In the distance, looking at Diogo's back, Eli shook his head. There is nothing to go out for a stroll, but he watched Diogo in a daze for several hours, and he showed various smiles from time to time. Fooling this group of people does not appear to be as difficult as imagined. 10 days later, I feel like telling them the location after 10 days should be enough. Eli took out a small bench and sat by the arch, and waited for the next person who wanted to go out. Sunny, beautiful day. The other side. As soon as Diogo came back, he was called by Hall. Diogo, did you find anything wrong or interesting here when you went out? Hall asked, looking at Diogo. Although he has checked the people nearby, he still feels uncomfortable instinctively, which makes him a little uneasy. His blood is the giant spider, a spider-like three-ringed extraordinary creature, which usually grows in a dark, cold and humid environment, and therefore possesses the ability to perceive certain dangers, which has saved him many times. This time too, as soon as he came here, his blood made him feel a little uncomfortable. So he asked again. When Diogo heard the question, he also respectfully said, "My lord, everything is normal, but there is one thing that is really interesting." "Oh." Hall's eyes became serious. "My lord, the human body here is slightly different from ours. I find that the women here are generally more plump." Diogo said seriously. He experienced it himself, and that good brother took him there. Very moist. Hall. I've never been so speechless in my life. Get out. The corner of Hall's mouth twitched, and he glanced at him. In addition to being his subordinate, Diogo is also his nephew. Okay. Diogo was not angry either, and left with a smile. Seeing him leave, Hall felt a little more relaxed. It seems that he really thinks too much. Could it be that giant spiders still suffer from discomfort in different places? Time passed day by day. Except for Luo Yat, the warlocks of the Holy Tower have also gone out to stroll in the city of the Holy Tower, and they are all led by the warlock named He-Man sent by Udo. Everyone had a great time, even Hall. Many people also regarded Eli as good friends, and even invited Herman to go back with them to the central continent, but Eli declined. In this way, Eli fooled them for 10 days. Sit by the door every day and watch them fall into fantasy and return. Of course, he didn't do nothing, and he also learned a lot about the central continent. Including the composition of forces, as well as race, and the strength of the strong, customs, and the current status quo, etc., let Eli have a general impression of the most prosperous area in the world. First of all, in terms of the area of the central continent, it is at least hundreds of times larger than the west coast. It is a truly huge continent, occupying 60% of the entire world's land. It is said that the earliest wizarding forces were born here. Once upon a time, wizard forces occupied this piece of land and created incomparable brilliance. Of course, the above is all history. At present, the situation in the central continent is completely different from what it used to be. With the disappearance of wizards, warlock families occupied the land and redivided it into so-called bloodline forces. Wizards have almost disappeared in that continent, and the survival situation is much worse than that of the west coast today. At least there is one on the west coast, but from the mouths of this group of people, wizards are almost becoming legends, and only a few different wizards are still there. And different from what Eli thought, the wizard seemed to only take away his own people, leaving behind a lot of foreign forces, which led to many other races in the central continent, including elves, dwarves, and races that used to be slaves of the world. They each occupy their own area, and because they are not weak at all. In the end, Eli also learned about the current combat effectiveness of the wizarding world. True spirit is almost already one of the top tiers. Even in the Holy Tower, there are only 2 true spirits. In the central continent, there are not as many true spirits as imagined. Eli is very happy about this, which means that as long as he becomes a true spirit, at least in today's world, his safety should be guaranteed to a certain extent. The departure of the wizard has had too much impact on this world. Eli sighed. Pushing the time back 5,000 years, true spirit is nothing more than a stronger character. How can it be like this now? This has to be said to be the sorrow of wizards. Good for him though. At least the less important the wizard's stuff was, the easier it was for him to get it. Higher level of knowledge, flying city in the sky, dangerous wizard weapon, towering wizard tower, bustling strange small space, even the legendary grey wizard's tower that can rule the wizarding world today if you get it. There was a look of hope in Eli's eyes. Even now, he couldn't imagine a wizard tower 4 or 5 moons in size. What kind of creation would that be? He wants to see it. But not now. Eli shook his head, let's wait until he has enough strength. Stay here for a few thousand years first, and then go get those things when he gets stronger. Anyway, he has no shortage of time. Take your time. Eli's dejected look disappeared, and he looked towards the villa area. Compared with those, we should pay more attention to these warlocks right now. 10 days. It's time for them to go to the ruins too. Thinking of this, Eli tidied up his clothes, then made an anxious expression, took a step and ran towards the villa area at an increasing speed. While running, while shouting. Adults, the ruins have been found. Found it. Chapter 296. At the same time. Hourglass of time. In a 3-story building, a warlock hurriedly passed through the doors, stepped on the red carpet, and came to a door with flustered eyes. Seeing the door, he immediately knocked on it lightly. Come in. A majestic voice came, and the warlock walked in immediately. At this time, it was a very wild-looking room. The floor was covered with a carpet of monsters, and on one wall was a stuffed head of a monster. In the center of the room was a long table. A tall man. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Anderson looked at the man who walked in, dissatisfied. Ever since Dus failed and was imprisoned, the radicals have been in a slump, and he has completely mastered the hourglass of time, so this period of time can be said to be a happy one. My lord, something serious happened. Warlock is Anderson's confidant. Without explaining, he just said quickly. My lord, 10 days ago, we suddenly discovered a huge creature near the Holy Tower. After judgment, the sky cloud whale came from the headquarters of the Holy Tower. After our judgment, it should come from the headquarters of the Holy Tower. Moreover, those who are qualified to be such mounts are probably also big figures in the Holy Tower. What? Anderson stood up abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. Santa headquarters. Has the Central Continent's headquarters noticed this? Could it be that they noticed that the Holy Tower was destroyed, and were they going to deal with the Bloodline Tower? After being surprised, Anderson was overjoyed. They also don't want the Bloodline Tower to develop like this, but that fellow Herman is too strong. But it would be different if the Santa headquarters intervened. Not to mention He-Man, even uprooting the Bloodline Tower is possible. Thinking of this, Anderson's eyes lit up, but the next second it seemed that he noticed a word in the warlock's words. Wait, 10 days ago? Anderson frowned, and said slightly angrily, why did I only find out about this now? My lord, there is a reason for this. The warlock hurriedly said, my lord, you don't know, we also found that sky cloud whale at that time, but no one knew who came? And it seems to be secret, our people didn't even see those people. It took us 10 days to see that those people belonged to the Holy Tower. Then what's going on now? Anderson nodded. My lord, this is a strange place. The warlock looked tangled, and said after a few seconds, the group of warlocks seemed to have been living in one area after they entered the Holy Tower. Our people have been squatting outside, but there has been no one there. Come out. Anderson. When did this happen? The Holy Tower forgave the behavior of the Bloodline Tower. Isn't it so generous? The person from the main tower who was destroyed sub-tower came and stayed? This is not the same as his understanding of power. Is this the way of great power? Choose to forgive? For a while, Anderson and Warlock looked at each other, a little confused. Let's just observe. After more than 10 seconds, Anderson spit out a word. Yes, my lord. What, did you find it? Luoya looked at Eli, his eyes widened and he asked. Yeah, I found it, Lord Luoya, and Lord Udo sent hundreds of people to check the terrain of the wizarding world. After comparison, we finally determined the location on the map. Eli nodded seriously. That's great. Now that you've found it, hurry up and call the others. I can't wait. Luoya was very surprised, he didn't expect the speed of this group of people to be so fast. I thought I would have to look for another 1 or 2 months, but I found it in 10 days. It seems that the Holy Tower branch here is still capable. Thinking of this, he looked at Eli and said, don't worry, no matter whether we have gained or not, I will tell the Tower Master and give you the rewards you deserve. Then thank you, my lord. I'll go and inform you all first. Eli couldn't help laughing, and silently lowered his head. He has to go quickly, I can't hold back anymore. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Soon, under the notice of Eli, more than 30 warlocks rushed over. And not only them, Udo also rushed over. In the wizard's tower, Luoya told everyone the fact that the ruins had been found, and everyone showed joyful expressions. After all, although this place is not bad, everyone still prefers the Central Continent. In the narration, Luoya also specifically praised the speed of the Holy Tower operation, saying that rewards would be given when he went back, and a group of people nodded. Udo kept his head down and didn't speak. Alexander. Indeed, Herman is very good, but it cost a lot to lead me. Hey, although the Holy Tower doesn't manage the sub-towers very much, the warlocks here do have a sense of belonging to us, especially Herman. That's it. All the warlocks nodded in agreement, and many of them looked at Eli as if they were good friends. Udo's mouth twitched. My lord, what have you done? Hey, Master Udoda, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Hall looked at Udo. It's okay, it's nothing, just how to arrange it after thinking about it. Udo smiled, with a kind face. That's fine. Hall nodded. Then 3 days later, we will set off in 3 days. Luo Ye said loudly. Facing Luo Ye's arrangement, the others naturally nodded. Return one by one and start preparing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The team formed by Luo Ye and others walked towards the outside of the holy tower, and Eli was in charge of the guide, and the atmosphere was harmonious. And the time hourglass spy guarding the door finally saw these people for the first time, and then passed this happy situation back to the time hourglass. For a while, Anderson was even more confused. He even invited more than a dozen warlocks to discuss together, but he couldn't figure it out. Why did Santa do this? Is the majestic power so kind? And just when they were confused, an airship had left the area of the holy tower and came to the area of the death forest. Everyone got off the airship and looked at the scene below the ground. Is this the place? Luo Ye looked at the ground and asked Eli who was beside him. Yes, my lord, at the bottom of this forest. Eli said. N. Luo Ye nodded, but then began to worry. How to dig it? You can't rely on bombing, but they don't have Earth attribute bloodline warlocks either. My lord, Master Udo has prepared a witch weapon, and I have brought it. Eli said, taking out a staff. He waved his staff, and saw that the soil on the ground began to squirm, and then the soil rolled up and the big trees began to move slowly, like a mud vortex. Gradually, a deep pit nearly 100 meters deep and 20 meters deep appeared. At the same time, a mysterious spatial fluctuation began to arise. Is it a secret realm? Luo Ye's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Eli. He-Man, you guys have been of great help this time. What I should do? Eli took back the staff, which was actually just an ordinary stick, relying on witchcraft. Now that we've reached this point, let's go in and explore. Diogo and Chloe, you two are guarding outside, and Herman doesn't need to go in. Luo Ye looked to the side and said to the two a three-ring warlock said. Although the strength of the two is not the strongest, they are very close to the limit, and they are trustworthy. Yes, my lord. The two nodded. Then everyone, let's go in. Luo Ye glanced at the crowd, and then immediately wrapped himself in flames, like a fire lotus, and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Others followed suit, including Hall and others. Watching everyone enter the secret realm one by one, the three remaining people looked at each other in blank dismay. Everyone, do you want to play cards? Eli looked at the two and took out a deck of cards. Their eyes lit up. So, next to the pit, the three of them put down a table and started playing cards. While playing cards, Eli glanced at the entrance to the secret realm. He left behind these people, and he could see the situation in the secret realm, so he didn't panic. When the time comes, he will go in again. Let them break through the danger first. Chapter 297. Pleasant playing cards began. What Eli played with them was not the cards from the previous life, but the cards unique to this world, wizard cards, a game left over from the wizarding era. Just like how wizards crushed knights in the past, it is still the same now. Soon, the two warlocks began to lose a lot of money, and their expressions became more and more serious. However, Eli didn't want to win money, but just to waste time, so he began to deliberately lose magic stones, which made the faces of the two look a lot better, and the atmosphere improved. Compared with losing or winning all the time, this is also extremely superior. Eli looked at the two of them and smiled. While fighting, he observed the situation in the secret realm. Call. On the other side, Luo Ye was surrounded by flames, and he quickly passed through the gate of the secret realm. The dizziness of the space made him feel uncomfortable. Luo Ye shook his head. After a few seconds, he looked forward. At this time, he was in the midair of the secret realm, and when he turned around behind him, he could see the gate of the secret realm exuding spatial fluctuations, which was about 100 meters above the ground. Fortunately, he is the third ring. If he was an apprentice, he might just come in and fall to his death. This secret realm is interesting. Luo Ye raised his head and looked forward. At this time, the secret realm he was in seemed to be a fringe area, but it was only a distant view, and the area was estimated to be nearly 10 square kilometers. At this time, they were on the edge of the secret realm. Is there? He looked towards the center of the secret realm, narrowing his eyes slightly. Luo Ye, everyone is here. At the same time, the warlocks behind him had also assembled. Hall said to Luo Ye, "Let's go." Luo Ye nodded, wrapped in flames all over his body, and was about to fly forward, but suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure from the surrounding space, making him descend quickly. In just a few seconds, he quickly descended from the air. The other warlocks are similar, as if the secret realm didn't react just now, but now they react. Luo Ye was also a little furious and displeased. "Look up!" In the sky, blue runes appeared in the sky, combined together, like a rigorous machine, but disappeared in a flash. A large-scale air-forbidden wizard formation. Hall behind him made a surprised voice. This kind of witch formation on such a large scale has already shown that this secret realm is not simple, and the danger is not low. Luo Ye, it looks like this secret realm is not easy, so be careful. Hall reminded Luo Ye. Luo Ye showed a smile on the other hand, with confidence on his face, he said, "That's not right, it means that our trip may not have been in vain. Everyone, let's go," he said to the others, and strode forward. "The steps are firm, without any hesitation." Hall looked at him like this, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Still get beaten less. But who let this be the object of his protection?" He sighed and followed, and the others followed quickly. But what no one noticed was that a little bit of the spiritual power of the colorless substance began to slowly separate from many people, and then began to gather in mid-air, and a silver-white illusory eyeball appeared. "Fly towards the sky." At this time, the blue rune reappeared as if trying to prevent him from ascending into the air. But the eyes just blinked, and countless silver spiritual powers burst out wirelessly in an instant, as if they were going towards the witch formation, and then the shadow of the witch formation began to flicker, and then disappeared, as if scared. And the mental power eyeball retracted the silver thread, and then flew towards the sky. They didn't stop until they reached the top, a few kilometers above the ground, and followed Luo Ye and the others. The danger of the secret realm is beyond imagination. Even Eli didn't expect this secret place to be so dangerous. Enter the secret realm for the first hour. The group of people first came to a forest. After entering, a huge number of synthetic beasts sprang out from the forest. There were more than 1,000 of them, some of them were powerful, and there were even nearly 100 of them in the third ring. The battle is imminent. In this battle, Eli saw the fighting power of this group of people. Among them, Luo Ye is worthy of being a genius. He is really strong. He almost beat hundreds of synthetic beasts by himself, and even suppressed them. His blood is covered in flames, like a god. The others were not bad either. Under the leadership of Hall and several other half-step true spirits, they quickly started the battle and kept advancing. The speed was also extremely fast. In just half an hour, Luo Ye and the others passed through here without any damage. There are no shortages. After entering the secret realm for the third hour, after a short rest, Luo Ye and the others set off again. This time, a canyon greeted them. In the canyon, a gloomy old castle lives in it. This is the only way to get there. On the way to the castle, countless undead attacked them, and the terrifying sound of undead made the whole canyon tremble, as if a kingdom of ghosts had descended into the world. Eli watched from the sky. This group of undead is much stronger than Nicholas, and there are even undead who are at the half-step true spirit stage. Every attack can even make the warlocks feel uneasy. As it turns out, warlocks are still not good at dealing with these. Compared to the melee amalgam and undead, they're downsized here. The number of deaths has reached 4 warlocks in the late stage of the third ring. But Luo Ye was still high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. This kind of genius has always been like this, his eyes are higher than others, and he is less likely to compromise with danger, so, despite the dissuasion of others, he was the first to step into the castle. As soon as they stepped into the castle, the silvery eyes in the sky quickly retreated, because in their eyes, the castle began to collapse, as if decayed and withered. Black mist emanated from the castle, and even Eli stared at an unspeakable throbbing. Only then did he discover that the castle was not real at all, but a terrifying curse that had been arranged in advance. They didn't want anyone to enter here. Even if Eli was infected with this curse, it would be very troublesome. Eli, who was outside, even lost his concentration because of this, and lost several cards. And under this curse, several warlocks who approached were cursed, and after just a few breaths, the body tissues of several warlocks began to grow granulation. Even outrageous, their bodies began to attack themselves uncontrollably. This is a physical curse best suited to fighter-type creatures, including warlocks. Without a doubt, Luo Ye and the others won the lottery. Eli was also curious about how they would deal with it, and then Eli also saw why Luo Ye was so brave, and saw a bloodstain suddenly appear on his arm. The bloodstains began to burn rapidly, and a layer of silent flames began to appear. Like a spread carpet, it spread towards the surroundings and quickly covered everyone. The flame was orange, warm and comfortable, and the curse was gradually suppressed by this power. A power from the true spirit. Although Eli has never seen the real spirit, he is sure that this is definitely the method of the real spirit. However, the flame didn't eliminate the curse, it just got stronger and suppressed it. After all, even warlocks who come to the true spirit are not good at these things. They got through here safely. Everyone, keep going. This time, Luo Yi's expression finally changed. A little uneasy. Everyone passed through the canyon one after another, but what Luo Ye didn't notice was that behind him, Hall shook his head, as if he had had a lot of influence on him just now. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and he continued to follow Luo Ye. No one saw it, but Eli did. Interesting. Outside, Eli pursed his lips. This person needs to be dealt with. Moreover, their adventure has come to an end here, and it's time for him to pick the fruit. Thinking of this, he looked at the two warlocks opposite. Diogo was playing happily at this time, and the other was similar. 2. Eli's voice came suddenly, and the two turned their heads at the same time. Seeing only a touch of silver, the two felt as if the world was spinning, and then their eyes gradually became dull, and then their bodies became motionless and stiff. Eli stood up very calmly, then wrapped the two of them in shadow, and placed them next to the big tree. He took away all the chips on the table, then glanced at the secret realm, and walked in. The other side. Luo Ye and the others walked quickly, and encountered various traps along the way. Among them, Luo Ye took out treasured items several times to break through, but several warlocks still died. At this time, Luo Yi's face no longer had the initial confidence, but it was still calm. Because they have reached the core of the secret realm. In the distance is a steep rock wall, standing in the center of the secret realm, and in front of it is a wizard tower. The wizard tower seems to be made entirely of metal, reflecting silvery white light, without any entrance. And on the large piece of land in front of the wizard tower, mechanical creations stood one after another, covered with dust and mud, many of which were entwined with vines, as if they had stood here for 1,000 years. Looking at the mechanical creations, Luo Yi's eyes lit up. It's here. Seeing this scene, Luo Ye felt his heart beating fast. It was all done by dark wizards before, but a completely metal area suddenly appeared here. This is uncomfortable and nothing tricky, and the abnormality has almost been written on the wizard tower. Of course they have to go through this area first. Luo Ye turned to the remaining 20 warlocks and said, "Everyone, let's rest first, and then we will have a fierce battle." Yes. A group of people nodded and began to rest. Milo, come with me. Suddenly, one of the half-step true spirit warlocks suddenly heard a voice, turned his head, and saw the person approaching, except for Luo Ye, Hall with the highest status. What's wrong? Milo wondered. There's something we need to discuss. Looking at Milo, who was still ignorant, Hall said in a low voice with deep eyes. Come with me first. Hall pulled Milo away. This time he didn't ask, and Luo Ye saw it, but he didn't say anything, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Soon, Milo was pulled to an open space in the distance. What's wrong? Milo asked, frowning. We were lied to. Looking at Milo, Hall finally spit out 5 words slowly. Cheated? Chapter 298. These are synthetic beasts from the wizarding era. Whether it's technology or materials, or even the runes imprinted inside, there are a lot of things to learn from. Eli picked up a synthetic beast core and observed it carefully. I have to say that Luo Ye and his group really don't know what a good thing is. But it's normal, this thing is really useless to warlocks. After digesting these, it should make Nicholas' breath even higher. Eli silently put away these things, let alone, there are quite a lot of them. Luo Ye is a good person. Eli had just entered the secret realm, and was walking along the path that Luo Ye had walked, collecting some things along the way. After collecting, he continued to move forward according to Luo Ye's route in his memory. Soon, he came to that canyon. In the huge canyon, there used to be countless undead entrenched, but now it is silent. As for the castle in the center, it has long since disappeared without a trace. After Luo Ye's treatment, there is no danger here. Eli sighed. The danger is gone, but there are also good things. Eli stretched out his hand, and the mental power surged like a sea wave, quickly spreading across the entire canyon, and fragments of spiritual power began to appear. These are the fragments of the undead after death, but the group of warlocks obviously couldn't collect them. The soul fragments were like pieces of mirrors, flickering in mid-air, and gathered towards Eli's hands. Gradually, a soul crystal slowly appeared. The quality is very high, almost the limit of the third ring. Eli silently put away, this kind of thing will be useful sooner or later. His breakthrough may require a lot of this kind of thing. Going forward, he came to the area where the castle is located. As soon as he entered this area, suddenly, in the air, a thin black thread drilled out of the void, and then flew towards Eli like a black lightning bolt. But Eli's reaction was faster, or he had noticed the shadow earlier. The silver eye turned, and a spiritual force field appeared. Under this force, the black thread gradually slowed down, and then was wrapped around each silver thread of spiritual force, trapping it. Good. Eli took it over. This kind of curse was something he had never been exposed to. And it seems to be much stronger than the ordinary curse he used to. Maybe Eli can turn it into his means. After all, his curse hasn't been upgraded for a long time. Again. Luo Ye is a good person. Continue. Eli continued to look forward, everything was normal. Soon, he walked all the way forward, while collecting garbage that Luo Ye and others didn't like. I found high-level knowledge about soul science from a laboratory, found something about alchemy in a wizard tower, and saw a precious magic plant that can enhance the 5 senses on the road. In this way, Eli followed the road that Luo Ye walked, and Ga received the goods. Luo Ye and the others will suffer, and he will take the harvest. Again. Luo Ye is a good person. And at this time, he was already very close to Luo Ye and the others, and he also saw the mechanical wizard tower and the mechanical creations that filled the vicinity of the wizard tower. But looking at this scene, he quickly backed away instead. Not because of avoiding danger, but because someone is coming. Cheated. Milo looked confused, not understanding what Hall meant. Literal meaning. Hall took a deep breath and looked around. At this time, here is a mountain forest, surrounded by towering trees, and it is silent. Therefore, the voices of the two are very obvious, but fortunately there is no one else here. You mean there is a problem with the ruins? Milo asked, still not understanding what Hall meant, but he believed that Hall would not lie to him. No. Hall shook his head, and said directly, there is a problem with the Holy Tower, or we may be deceived by others. Oh. Milo's eyes became serious. Hall took a deep breath, and then said, as early as when I first came here, I felt that the Holy Tower always made me feel uneasy, but I didn't find any problem. At first I thought it was because I was thinking too much. But just before, Luo Ye used the backhand left by the true spirit, that flame not only suppressed the curse of those people, but also passed me, making my blood throbbing. Let me understand what the hell is going on? Hall's speech became slower and slower, and his face became more and more ugly, saying, we seem to be deceived by something. In fact, we have never visited the city of the Holy Tower, and we have been staying in that area all the time. What? Milo's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Then try to recall your specific details. Hall sneered. Hearing this, Milo immediately recalled the details. But what frightened him was that those things seemed to have happened, but there were no details. What made him subconsciously ignore those things? What he remembered was that everything was normal in the Santa Tower and the kindness of that Herman. Illusion. He said suddenly. Yes, but it may not be a simple illusion. Hall nodded. It seemed that Milo had finally realized it, but it seemed that he just couldn't remember the details. It seems that the illusion that affects them may be stronger than imagined, as if directly distorting their spirits. This is too scary. What kind of blood can do this? But I still can't remember, and I still feel that memory is very real. Milo gasped, feeling a chill down his back. The water on the west coast is deeper than they thought. We have to inform the others. He looked at Hall. Yet. Hall also nodded. He was also afraid of accidents, so he called Milo first, and then went to inform other people. Hall was about to take a step, but suddenly, the spider sense belonging to the giant spider exploded again, and he only felt a huge fear covering him like a dark cloud, and it was near him. What? Hall gritted his teeth and looked towards him. Between the trees, a man with black hair and black eyes came out, looked at Hall, sighed and said, "Why can't you be more peaceful? But I don't blame you, it's normal that the power of the true spirit can temporarily eliminate the influence of the silver eye. Herman. ×2. Milo and Hall looked at the person, their eyes widened. Why did you appear here? Milo asked directly, his eyes full of caution. This person who had been with them before must have a problem. The two stood together, looking at Eli. The aura of a half-step true spirit emanated instantly, and the blood began to circulate in the body, like an angry dragon. Herman, it looks like you know something. Hall looked at Eli. Tell us, what is the reason for all this? Although I don't know why you came in, if you alone, you can't do anything in front of our two half-step true spirits. Hall's eyes had turned dark purple at this time, and several spider lances grew from his back, shaking slightly. A tree tens of meters high on the side instantly broke into two halves, but it just shook unconsciously. Milo was surrounded by a lot of flames, and his eyes turned red. He was somewhat similar to the former URS, but compared to him, his strength was not known to be much stronger. At this moment, the two half-step true spirits erupted with full force. Facing unknown enemies, they made a common choice. Looking at this scene, Eli smiled, and the boundless shadow began to spread from his body, covering an area of several kilometers in an instant. The blood had been activated, and a pair of golden dragon pupils looked at the two of them. Late stage of the third ring. Simply perceiving Eli's strength, the two were stunned. So weak? The corners of the mouths of the two began to rise. Milo, kill him with all your strength, I don't feel right. At this moment, Hall on the side suddenly said to Milo. Okay. Milo nodded. Then the two flew into the sky at the same time, and they could only take off for a short time due to the powerful prohibition. Looking at the shadows following up around them, the two of them began to explode, their blood fully opened. Hall let out a sound of neighing, and a mass of black liquid slowly appeared in front of his eyes. It was huge and exuded a strong stench, and with just one drop, a large crater several meters deep appeared on the ground. Spiders are also poisonous. Milo's whole body bloomed like the sun, exuding light and heat, and a flame circle slowly appeared in his hand, really like a sun. The moment it appeared, even a big tree more than 10 meters away from the two of them started to ignite spontaneously. Do it! The two looked at each other, and then rushed directly towards Eli. The two accumulated attacks struck at the same time like thunder. As soon as he made a move, he used all his strength, and the two half-step true spirits didn't hold back at all. For a moment, one side of the sky turned into two colors, one side was poisonous purple, and the other side was scorching red. The sky changed color. This was a joint blow from two half-step true spirits. Go to hell! Hall sneered. Such an attack, not to mention the late stage, is difficult to block even at the limit of the ordinary late stage. No matter who this Herman is, he must die today. But to his surprise, Herman didn't seem to have any panic on his face. He raised his hand calmly, and a smear of black began to appear in his hand. Like a black hole, it exudes terrifying power. The two felt nothing at first, but as they got closer, their blood seemed to speed up at the same time. It was the blood howling in fear. Black light gathers. It belongs to the strongest attack period of the Shadow Dragon, and the breath of the Shadow Dragon erupts again. The black light flew out, and a black beam of light flew towards the two of them. Click! In the shadows and black light, the venom and flames swayed like duckweed in the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. How can this be so strong? The two were confused and wanted to escape, but the black light had already arrived. In the huge shadow of black light, the two of them just persisted for a few seconds before disappearing into the air. And the black light didn't stop after the two were eliminated, and continued to move forward, hitting a mountain. When the black light dissipated, the upper half of the mountain had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a smooth track. One strike. Eliminate two half-step true spirits, and flatten a mountain by the way. Hey, why is there such a big commotion? Eli shook his head as he watched the scene. If they met him 30 years ago, they might still have a chance. Unfortunately, 30 years have passed. Chapter 299. At the same time, Luo Yat, who was resting, suddenly raised his head. Looking towards the distance, the eyes are all puzzled. What happened? Luo Ye frowned. Just now, a subtle sound entered his ears, which made him instantly alert. Milo and Hall. Luo Ye suddenly remembered something. Isn't that direction the same as Hall went out before? Problem occurs? He stood up immediately. Luo Ye's getting up also caused the others to stand up instantly, a little puzzled. They didn't hear anything. My lord, what happened? A warlock came over and asked. Hall went out just now, but I heard a voice. Although it was very small, there was no doubt that it was there. They must have encountered something. Luo Ye said, looking in that direction. My lord, move. But suddenly, a warlock suddenly exclaimed. Luo Ye turned his head in response, his pupils slowly narrowed. On the plain in the distance, all the mechanical creations seemed to have encountered some stimulation, and each of them began to tremble and change. In the blink of an eye, each mechanical doll began to stand up slowly, whether it was vines or dust. The eyes of the mechanical dolls exude a faint blue light. Then Kikai looked at Luo Ye and the others. My lord, we may be in trouble. A sorcerer looked ugly. You don't need to say it. Luo Ye's face was ugly. There is no doubt that the riot just now may have awakened these mechanical creations. As soon as his words fell, a mechanical puppet had already stepped forward and rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed, like a tank, rampaging. The corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched, knowing that he might not be able to find Hall and the two of them. Ready to fight? He yelled, then yelled at the others. The battle is imminent. And what no one noticed was above the battle. Streaks of silver and white flashed, and a figure hidden in the midair quickly swept across the battlefield and flew towards the wizard tower. As for the original Forbidden Sky Wizard formation, it seemed to have no effect. The figure quickly swept across the battlefield and came to the back of the wizard tower. The battle is fierce. Eli's eyes were calm, looking at the people fighting in the distance. The battle of mechanical dolls is still very interesting. Whether it is the changing machinery or its own resistance to elements, it is not so easy for warlocks to solve. They should also be able to delay for a while for Eli. As for the wizard tower, let him solve it. Thinking of this, Eli looked towards the wizard tower. At this time, the distance between him and the wizard tower was only a few meters, and when he raised his head, he could only see a part of the wizard tower, but he found that the whole body of the wizard tower seemed to be one, and there was no entrance at all. There must be an entrance. Eli groped carefully. Soon, he really let him see something behind the wizard tower. Outside the smooth wizard tower, there is a small hole. The hole is very small. If it wasn't for Eli's careful observation, it would be impossible to find it. Could it be? Eli looked at the small hole, and naturally took out the key from the box. Although there was no reason, Eli felt that the key in his hand was the key to unlock the wizard tower. Without hesitation, Eli inserted the key directly. Very smooth. The key was inserted directly, and it seemed that it was integrated with the wizard's tower, and with the key inserted, it seemed that the last part of the wizard's tower was also completed. Eli could faintly hear the slight sound of gears spinning. He took a silent step back. Although everything is normal on the outside of the wizard tower, even if you just listen to the sound inside, you can know that there are countless gears rotating and twisting, and the internal magic lines are matching. Accompanied by Caracala's voice, a crack slowly appeared on the smooth outer wall of the silver-white wizard tower where the key was originally located, and was pushed towards the two sides, and a door that was only more than 1 meter wide opened. Really? Eli knew that his guess was right, that key was the key of this wizard tower. So what's in it? Eli turned his head and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. At this time, everyone was still fighting with the mechanical puppets, and what was surprising was that the puppets faintly suppressed the warlocks. Looks like there's still a long time for Eli to explore. But let's first predict the danger inside. Thinking of this, Eli took out the dice. A few seconds later, Eli silently put away the 0 dice. Step into the wizard's tower. Damn it! The corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched as he looked at the mechanical puppet that had been burned by his flames but was not damaged. The strength of these mechanical puppets is much stronger than he thought. Even for them, it may take a long time to solve it. However, there is nothing to be afraid of. Luo Ye still didn't know what to be afraid of. He went out this time, but he brought a lot of things with him. As long as these puppets are dealt with, that wizard tower will be mine. His gaze turned to the wizard tower in the distance. This journey in the secret realm has fully demonstrated how extraordinary the secret realm is. They might actually find clues here. Fighting. Thinking of this, Luo Ye's fighting spirit rose again. While Luo Ye was fighting, Eli had already walked into the wizard tower he longed for. It's different from what I thought. Eli walked into the wizard's tower, looking at the layout inside, a little confused. It looks like a wizard's tower on the outside, but it's actually empty inside. Like a hollow model, the inside is extremely smooth, and even standing at the bottom, Eli can see the bottom of the wizard tower and the runes all over it. But it's not nothing. Thinking of this, Eli looked at the bottom of the first floor of the wizard tower. On the ground, there is a metal box. The box is about 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, with silver and white patterns all over it, and there are also patterns engraved on it. It looks a bit like a city in the sky, and the top one looks like a wizard tower. Do you still have to open the box? Eli's mouth twitched. Immediately summoned a skeleton undead, and then ran to the box, trying to see if it could be opened. To Eli's surprise, when the skeleton held the box and lifted it lightly, the box opened directly. No lock. It seems reasonable, after all, there is already a wizard tower outside. And Eli has long observed that the wizard tower outside does not have the power above the third ring, that is, the power of the true spirit, so don't try to open it. What exactly is it? Is it a new map? Or clues? Or something else? Eli took a deep breath, moved closer to the box, and looked inside the box. And seeing the scene in the box, Eli was stunned. What the hell is this? Inside the box, a mechanical head was placed peacefully inside, and there was nothing else. The head looks like an ordinary mechanical head, its shape is similar to that of ordinary human beings, the whole body is silver and white, and there are broken wires at the neck of the head. This kind of mechanical head, Eli said that he had seen it before. It's exactly the head of the most common mechanical doll. It is a very common appearance in mechanical creations. But is it really common? Eli frowned. Keys, maps, boxes, loyat, dangerous secret realms, scalp-numbing curses, undead, a large number of mechanical dolls, and a wizard tower protected by a true spirit level. You told me just to save an ordinary mech. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is definitely something wrong with this mechanical head. But he had to go anyway. Because the battle outside seems to be about to change at this time, he has to leave first. Thinking of this, Eli closed the box again, put it away, and turned to leave. But just a few steps away, Eli turned around and came back. He took out a box, which was the box where the key and map were stored before. Eli silently put the box in its original position, then put a stone in, then glanced at it, and gently closed the box. One last look, and then Eli left straight away. Then the door closed, but Eli didn't take out the key. It is mainly convenient for Loya to enter later. The battle in the distance has reached the final stage. Eli took a deep breath, then flew into the sky, and then quickly flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 300. On the battlefield. Loya took the lead and fought against dozens of mechanical dolls alone, and each of these dolls had the power of the late stage of the third ring or even the limit. Another round of attacks came, and Loya repelled the puppets again. No way. He frowned and looked around, they were being crushed and beaten. In this case, other means must be used. Thinking of this, Loya took a deep breath, and said loudly. Everyone retreat immediately, leave this place to me. His eyes were firm, and a bright red mark slowly appeared in the center of his forehead. The moment it appeared, everyone felt a scorching breath. Loya is going to zoom in. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, regardless of whether they were injured or not, they quickly evacuated from the area, and the mechanical puppets didn't chase after them, but just looked at Loya. Hey, the bloodline imprint given by the teacher not only needs to consume a lot of blood power, but also requires the same kind of bloodline to use it. It's a bit wasteful. Watching everyone evacuate, Loya took a deep breath. A layer of dark purple flames gradually wrapped around his side. His body also gradually rose into the air. Although runes appeared around him, the flames Loya emitted at this time were too strong, and the runes shattered one by one in just a few blows. He flew into the sky. In this case, let's end it. Loya's breath at this time had completely transcended the third ring. He looked down calmly, and with a touch of his hand, a flame appeared, like a drop of water, dripping towards the ground. Just like raindrops dripping on the surface of the water, the moment when fire drops drip. A carpet of flames appeared in an instant, and the color was dark purple, spreading towards the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it passed over many mechanical creations, the wizard tower, and the surrounding woods. The range is 7 or 8 kilometers. The flame looks soft and weak, but when it passes over everything, everything changes and disappears quickly in this gentleness. The mechanical creations turned into molten iron and various precious liquids, and the plants disappeared as calmly as water droplets flowing into the sea. There were even a few companions who had no time to escape, and disappeared before they could make a sound. This process only lasted a few seconds. After everything was over, everything returned to calm. The surrounding 7 or 8 kilometers have turned into scorched earth. Luo Ye also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the mark on his forehead gradually faded until it disappeared. He wasted a precious opportunity and suffered serious injuries as a result. It is still too early for him to use the power of the true spirit. But worth it. He looked at the wizard tower in the distance, and the flames passed by, but the wizard tower was not affected. This time, it might really pay off. He took a deep breath. Not being melted in the flames of the true spirit already shows his extraordinariness. He flew slowly towards the wizard's tower, then landed. When he came to the wizard's tower, Smooth Witchcraft opened a door. Luo Ye smiled and walked in. Especially when he saw the box on the ground, he burst out laughing like never before. Found it! Is this the power of the true spirit? At the gate of the secret realm, Eli sighed as he watched the flame disappear. That's why he didn't take the initiative to attack Luo yet. Can a genius who goes out have no means of protection? I'm afraid he can't stop this kind of flame. However, I took the things. Eli sensed the box in his ring and smiled. Glancing at the secret realm, he walked outside. 3 days later, accompanied by the whale cry of the sky cloud whale, the clouds and mist in the sky began to disperse. This huge creature carried Luo Ye and others away from the castle. On the ground, Eli watched this scene, turned his head and returned to the city of the Holy Tower, and Udo followed closely behind him. My lord, is this the end? Udo was extremely surprised. Yes, it's over. Eli smiled. Since his return, Luo Ye had been looking for experts in mechanics, but after being told that there were none here, he immediately decided to leave and return to the central continent. As for what happened to Hall, it was not found out in the end. Because the evidence had completely disappeared under Luo Ye's flames, and it became an unsolved case. As for Eli, he can't wait to activate that mechanical head. It's interesting though. Eli turned his head and glanced at the cloud whale leaving in the sky, thinking about the story just now. Luo Ye took his hand and gave him a token. Tell Eli that he must come to the central continent in the future. He covers Eli. He seemed to be very grateful to Eli. Of course, this may have something to do with Eli solving the curse problem of these people for them after Luo Ye came out. Almost on the verge of dating Eli. Looking forward to the next meeting. Eli shook his head, he didn't know when the next meeting would be. It may be 500 years, or it may be 1,000 years later. Hope he can wait. Tut tut tut. Then it calmed down again. Eli had to try to activate the mechanical head. He wants to see what this thing is. Thinking of this, Eli speeded up even more, and returned to the wizard's tower. Behind Udo is a look of admiration. In the distance, the spy who belonged to the hourglass of time passed what he heard back to Lord Anderson. This time it was different, they heard the voice. I just hope that adults will support it, the content is a bit subversive. He-Man, you are my good friend Luo Ye forever. As long as you come to the Holy Tower in the future, I will give you the highest treatment. Remember, this is my promise, Luo Ye, the future Holy Spirit. In the room, the water glass in Anderson's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. At this moment, his face was dull, and he couldn't imagine it at all. In the end, what happened? Why is this happening? Wasn't the Holy Tower destroyed by He-Man? Luo Ye, the absolute descendant of the Holy Tower, didn't say anything, but he was so kind, which was completely different from what he thought. Is this how the world works? Anderson sighed, knowing that his hope of counting on the Santa headquarters had failed. This power is a weak bone. He sighed, but suddenly, a crystal ball in the distance shook. The crystal ball is located in the corner of the table. It seems that it has not been used for many years, but at this moment it suddenly emits a weak light, which means that there is news. Anderson's eyes widened, his body began to tremble, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he knew who was at the other end of the crystal ball. Could it be? He quickly came to the crystal ball and sensed it. A message passed into his heart. Prepare a lot of blood. Anderson took a deep breath, followed by ecstasy. My lord is awake. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wizard Tower. A mechanical head was placed on a mahogany table, and Eli stood in front of it. But at this moment, he was repairing the mechanical head with various tools in his hand. With Eli gently repairing the last part of the mechanical head, the ordinary mechanical head on the table suddenly exuded an inexplicable attitude, flying all the surrounding metal parts towards the surroundings. Eli watched the scene calmly. Ignoring the destroyed environment around him, he stared at the mechanical head. In the eyes of the mechanical head, a blue light began to bloom. He woke up too.